Getting violent over there.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, I'm just looking at schematics for an old computer at the moment. It's pretty beautiful looking. Something I'll get to work on pretty soon. Yay. How's it going, Paul? Going.
Why that one doesn't work. Weird.
What's going on now?
Oh.
Hello.
There we go. There we go.
It's a Paul case.
Ooh.
Here's
That's
going.
an ugly pug.
Uncomfortably. Yeah, I don't remember what the hell that thing was. All I know is there's two guys in here. Whatever. You got some food over there.
No, looks good. All right, gotta go.
All right, Paul. See ya.
Hey, how's it going?
Eh, good. I'm just like reading a bunch of stuff since no one else was here.
As you do.
You know, just reading about like N64 RGB installation to see what you know. I work in a field where RTFM is actually important because if you don't
What?
RTFM, you know, read the fucking manual.
Oh,
Yeah,
useful term.
I'm in a field where RTFM is very, very important because if you don't RTFM, things go bang.
Mm,
Anyway,
yeah.
so how's it going?
Good. Been sick for half the week, but other than that, good.
I don't know. I spent all day out in class again. I'm sick of this all day class thing.
Yeah, that's gotta suck.
Well, 5 hours of it's just me just kind of sitting there waiting for my next class to start.
Fun. Would almost
Yeah,
rather be in class at that point.
yeah. So I just sit there and do homework twice a week. No,
Yeah, I was just playing some Destiny because the new expansion dropped today.
Yeah, I haven't played that. I haven't even played the
Yeah.
original Destiny.
It's just yeah. Basically the entire game is out now at this point. Because when the original Destiny pre DLC came out, it was basically barely a game.
So, like, here's this online mode we made. We hope you like it.
Yeah, there is a campaign. Obviously, it's just there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of it,
I don't know. That's
so
kind of how
people were
I
kind of
felt.
mad.
That's kind of how I felt about a lot of the what do you call it?
MMOs.
Yeah. Like, hey, check it out. We got this cool online mode.
Mm. It's basically an MMO.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, Splatoon was kind of like that, other than it has like a
Yeah.
3 to 4 hour story mode,
Yeah,
player
I
mode.
don't know if you can play Destiny offline.
See, at least you could play Splatoon offline,
Yeah,
but it's going to be incredibly crippled by the time like that's over.
yeah, good game though. Frustrating as hell at times, but
Which
overall, it's a good game.
what?
I'd say it's worth buying now with the collection, not on last gen consoles though, because they basically just said screw it and didn't release the new expansion on that.
Oh, I won't be getting it then.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
that
just
weird.
saying,
It's
like
like
if you have a current gen console, then yeah, it's worth getting.
I don't. I have last gen stuff and a Wii U.
Yeah, which you could argue is the same thing.
I don't care. I've basically
I know, it
stopped
doesn't matter.
caring. I've literally just stopped caring what the game companies make anymore.
Yeah, it's basically like, does it have good games? Okay, I'll buy it. If not,
For me,
screw
it's
it.
like I go out and look for games, and I'm like, now do I really need to buy this game when I have thousands of games I can't even play because I don't have any time because it all goes to college, and it's like,
Yeah,
good, I'll buy them when I have engineering money.
yeah, or if they're just like
Everybody's getting
super cheap and you want to play them eventually.
what? When I find ones I really want for a good price, I can't pass it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Or when I get deals, like fixing stuff and getting stuff for it,
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah, I need to get to playing stuff other than Destiny, which I guess isn't going to be a thing for at least the next week because of the new expansion. But I've been
Dude,
playing way too much of it.
I haven't even been playing like much of the game of the month. Like I put it in and I played maybe an hour or two, and then
Yeah,
I like walked away, and I haven't really touched it since.
yeah, I didn't even get to the two. It seems like a good game. It just didn't grab me. I played about an hour of it, I guess, half hour to an hour of it.
Yeah,
I'll probably be interested in playing it at a time completely unrelated to the game of the month, because that's how
yeah,
it works.
yeah, I could see
My
that.
moods are very random as far as games go.
Hey Jason, how's
Hey,
the PM?
Hey guys.
Return of the PCAM.
Yeah, that's right.
Dun, 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 dun.
Did you guys see my post I threw up on Twitter and Instagram
No.
clearing out Nintendo tapes?
I should
Nintendo
probably just
tape.
look back for that.
And here I am trying to get boxes full of broken consoles sent to me.
Yeah, I got a convention coming up at Halloween, basically October 29th. So I'm going to be vending there, and it's time to kind of purge the collection a little bit.
Nice.
A giant stack of NES games I've been debating taking to the local game store. then I'm like, I really don't feel like getting like $50 to $75 store credit for 50 some plus games.
Rent a booth
Yeah.
at your local convention, Yosh.
Well, I'm already going to be showing up to MagFest next year with like a trunk full of consoles.
Probably work.
And just get a
Modded
custom
consoles and really cheap, crappy games.
make make a custom t-shirt that says "I mod video game consoles." And
Yep.
it says like want one on the back.
You got to do a sandwich board. It's more effective.
Really, I don't know. That can wait till the future.
Or like my local automotive swap meets, you usually just see guys walking around with T-shirts with a big giant piece of paper strapped to their back, written in Sharpie that they're looking for 65 Mustang parts and 69 Chevelle parts. It works pretty well.
Just go get some white T-shirts and a Sharpie, and you just scribble on the T-shirt with Sharpie. And it says, "I mod video game consoles. Ask me what I have." I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Oh,
All I
damn,
know
there's
is
a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
have some.
there's a lot of
What?
Nintendo tapes you're getting rid of there.
I knocked it down. I didn't even pull the box stuff off the shelf yet, but I knocked it down to about, I guess, like 35 games from about 400 almost.
Do I want to try and find this? I have so much stuff scrolling through my Twitter now at any given time. It's like I try to find. I see a tweet that interests me, and then Twitter refreshes, and it's buried behind like 5 minutes of scrolling.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
posted it
hey,
about an hour ago, I guess.
Yeah, that would take like 15 minutes to find.
hey, Eric.
Hi guys, how's it going?
How you doing, Eric?
I'm well. How is everyone?
Good.
Not bad. Just getting over being sick.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah,
getting
same
into
here.
it.
Oh man, don't
Melissa's-
send it this way.
No, we won't. I think you'll be safe from us at least.
Don't send it my way. I have too much to try and like worry about as it is.
Yeah.
And I've got like a console sitting on my desk that's in the midst of being modded. And then I have 2 repairs to get to. And then I have like another giant pile of repairs to do. And I have another giant box of repairs coming now.
Wow. Too much stuff.
Well, a lot of it's my stuff, so I don't care. It can sit and wait. My stuff can sit and wait. The stuff I'm doing for other people, I need to get that done and out within like 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
To a month at max.
Nah, you can't really see it. Trying to
Dude,
show you the stack going on in the game room.
dude, that is a stack of Tinder tapes.
What's he doing? Is this new acquisitions he's got?
No, that's Purge, Eric.
Nope.
That's Purge.
You're kidding me.
No.
He's purging?
Yes, I am.
We're all purging, man. It's the time to get out.
I know. You
Sell
guys
your
are
crappy games, man. I'm gonna be selling a copy of Virtual Highlight soon for top dollar on eBay or Amazon or whatever.
Oh, good idea.
Because that game sucks. And I might as well get the 40 or 50 bucks or whatever stupid amount it's going for right now.
Yeah, I've got a big box of stuff I'm getting rid of, but these are basically the new additions to the Purge pile are Baldur's Gate Alliance and Resident Evil 4 and 0 on the GameCube. Just because of the GameCube versions that I don't really either need or want them on GameCube.
Dude, what the...
So is this the barometer of the pending impending crash of the retro market? That all you guys are starting to purge?
The biggest
Holy
problem,
crap.
me at least, is that prices are so ridiculously high on a few systems that I can't hold on to the stuff. It's just not worth holding on to.
Virtual Highlight, the last North American copy that sold. Let's see here. Last North American copy that sold, September 10th. $63.98 plus shipping.
Wow.
For complete in box, which is what I have, is complete in box.
I mean, I look at it this way.
What
What I just pulled out of my N64 drawers, I have those little N64 cabinets.
Yeah.
What I pulled out of there, the average price out of them cabinets was like $25 a game.
Yeah.
And it's just crap like Hydro Thunder and, you know, Killer Instinct Gold and Mortal Kombat 4. It's stuff that's $20, $30 a pop, and I'm never going to play those games.
Dude, that's why it's like I've stopped collecting for the most part. Is the bubble just blew up too big, and it's a seller's market.
Yeah, and you just gotta be.
And there's
be more
so many
selective.
people that are just gonna like still go out and pay the prices because they don't know what it was like 5-10 years ago when most of us started doing this.
Yep.
Or a couple years ago when most of us started doing this. You got a giant pile of games. You know, you walk into a local store, get a pile of like 20 games. You spent like $15 sometimes.
Yeah.
Now you walk in
like,
and it's like $5 a game, and your pile for $20 is like 3 games, and you're like, "What the hell happened?"
Yeah, it's like you just got to be more selective, and if you have a big shelf of things you do not care about, what's the point of keeping them?
Yep.
Yeah.
In my case, it came to 2 things. I ran out of space. So my stuff is all alphabetical in my room, and it got to the point where I was stacking things on top of other things. So that's already a problem. And then I've been thinking about it for a while, just knocking it down to what I plan on playing, maybe 20, 30 games a system. And Ramvox pushed me over the edge.
Yeah.
Realistically, if you're going to, at this point, I've given up on collecting en masse for any system.
Yeah.
I just go for games that I want to play. Like, say you like RPGs. Exactly. Yeah, sure. Go collect a bunch of RPGs. Doesn't matter if the RPGs are good or bad. Just collect RPGs. Mostly ones you're gonna like. Because you gotta have some. My theory is you need to have some shitty, bad games in your collection so you can appreciate the good ones.
Yeah. Golden Axe Beast Rider. Still have it.
See? But there's a reason you have it.
I'm holding on to bad dudes. I'm holding on to Bayou Billy. Come on.
I still got a bunch of those. A lot of the ones I'm pulling to perch from my NES are just absolute garbage. That's the point where it's like I wouldn't even mind just dumping them at the local game store, except I'd feel like a dick because then they'd sit on his shelves and never move.
Yeah. I'm even getting rid of games that are actually good. I just have them on a different system or want them on a different system. Like the small stack I showed off. Like these are all good games.
Yeah.
But I have the Wii version of Resident Evil 4. Why do I need 2 versions of it?
Yep.
I just got the HD remaster of Resident Evil 0. So why do I need this?
All 3 of those are on my stack too.
Yeah, and Dark Alliance. I want it on Xbox.
Yep. I'm actually getting rid of Mario Parties. I'm getting rid of Mario Karts. I'm keeping the select few like Mario Kart 64. I'm getting rid of Double Dash. I'm getting rid of Mario Kart Wii because I don't play them.
Keep the ones you're going to play.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's like totally changed recently. Because I know a while ago you talked to everybody and they're all still in the Horde mode. And then we kind of like, a lot of us are just leaving the Horde mode and going into Purge mode.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think any of us got into collecting just to amass a big pile of crap we're not going to play. So it's not so much a crash, it's that we're all going, oh man, there's a lot of stuff here I'm not going to play. And
why did I buy so many
okay, we got to focus here.
No, I got most of mine in lots. I did a lot of yard sailing. I did a lot of flea market hunting, and it came in stacks of 5, 10, 15 games. And why get rid of the extras when I don't need to when it's all cheap? I held on to most of the stuff, and now it's all... I have lists from when I started collecting like 6, 7 years ago. And when I really got into it heavy, I always had like 20 games for each system. But when I really started collecting heavy, I have lists of stuff that I picked up. And those games are literally triple the value of when I picked them up. So
what
hold on to them now.
I have is worth more than I paid than what I paid for it.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a good comparison because I don't do stocks, but I feel like stocks is a good comparison for what's happening right now with the game collecting thing. It's like we all bought low and now everything's high.
Yeah.
and we're all just selling it out.
Yeah, it's definitely a bubble.
Yeah, it's like
That's why I'm asking. If
it's
you guys are the
like-
barometer,
yeah.
guys who are collecting are selling now, then
Mhm.
you guys are leading the market probably by about 6 months to a year, where
Yep.
it might be time to start selling because people are going to be where you guys are in a few months.
I've been telling everybody that you've got about 2 years in the market the way it sits right now, max.
It's
At that
gonna
point,
have to crash.
At that point, you're
2
not.
years?
Well, what's going to happen is, if you haven't noticed, counterfeiting is rampant at this point.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Reproductions are becoming rampant at this point. It used to just be a Game Boy
Dude.
Advance problem.
Dude, I can go
Yeah.
make reproduction cards for just about any system.
Yeah.
I can like lay out PCBs. I could literally reproduce cards for just about any console I wanted to. All I'd have to do is find RAM chips and engineer some little PCB that holds all the ROM information and translates it to the console properly. And bam.
I explained this to my local video game store because they're having issues pricing their stuff because the market is fluctuating so greatly. And I told them this: the market has always and will always be dictated by eBay. Regardless of what other sites are out there, eBay, being an auction site and also having Buy It Now, has always been the be-all, end-all of pricing. And it will remain that way. The problem now is that counterfeiting and reproductions are so rampant that the pricing that you're used to going by on eBay is now becoming frightful because most people are not buying those high-end games. I mean, it's reaching down as far as you're getting into games that are only $30, $40, and $50 that people are reproducing.
Hey, also, there's another aspect of this is why go out and spend $50, $60 a game for all these expensive games when I can just go buy an EverDrive for about $100 and play all of them.
Physical media will always remain. EverDrives have been out since EverDrives have been out for 15 years.
Really?
And it hasn't changed anything. Oh yeah, I had flash cards back when the DS first came out. I had flash cards for GBA.
Yeah, the R4.
Yeah.
So I mean, this stuff's
I had an
always
R4.
existed. But the problem, like I said, is that eBay is now a dangerous place to buy games. And when that when your norm for pricing becomes a dangerous place to buy things, markets start to collapse.
Yeah, I think a lot of the problem with the eBay thing, this is more like a consequence of it, and it's just kind of like a small problem that became a huge problem, is that people were always checking by the Buy It Now prices rather than the sold listings.
Yeah.
So now people think the Buy It Now prices are the prices, and that has now become the sold listings are exactly the same as the Buy It Nows.
Even if you
go by sold listings. Even if you go by sold listings, look at a cart like Earthbound, look at a cart like Wild Guns, Hagane. These things are now being easily reproduced. Even in fact, labels are being reproduced. Carts themselves are physically being reproduced. So who's going to go on and spend $400 on a copy of Hagane and you don't even know if it's real?
Yeah.
Unless you can like open it up and see the circuit board, most guys won't do it.
That's why conventions are the places to buy your games at this point. Conventions and game stores.
Like, there's a Facebook group I'm in that they literally, one of the rules is if your game is worth more than so-and-so, you must show board pics.
Yeah.
So you must take the game apart and show the inside of the game, or they won't let you sell it. They'll literally take your post down.
It's probably like $50 plus.
Yep.
You have to show them.
Yep.
But like I said, not having your pricing guideline there to protect your investments or to protect your listings is going to really, really hurt the market. Because you may show up at a convention and see Earthbound in 3 months at $100 instead of $200 because the ones on eBay are not being purchased and the price is going to subsequently drop because they're not being purchased.
Yeah.
I think we are going to see, as you said, we're going to see it's crash and it's going to be time to buy games again. So look at it now, it's time to sell
market crash. At least the market crash, not like a video game crash.
Wait, I don't think it's going to be like a full crash. It's more going to be like the market coming back down and trying to like. Because I was talking with the manager at the local game store, and he's like, games are too expensive. People come in, they're like, $5 for an NES game. I don't want to pay that. You know, like there's a lot of people that go into stores and they want to go to the bargain bin. They want to see a giant bin that's like $2 a game, $1 a game, where you can just flip through them and here's like pick them out.
Those days are
That's
gone.
Yep.
And they might come back, they might not.
Yeah. They'll come back.
I recommend.
Everyone stops buying.
I recommend everyone shift their focus. That's all. Don't pull away from NES, pull away from N64, pull away from Super Nintendo. Get yourself into Genesis, get yourself into Game Boy Advance, get yourself into PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2.
Yep.
Because that's where the market shift is going to come next, where you're going to see a tremendous rise in those systems because the other ones are untouchable.
Well, that
I'm doing original Xbox right now.
Yeah.
The only people that
And
can
even-
afford to collect for some of these systems, I think, are the ones that are either extremely dedicated and constantly checking yard sales and all that stuff, where it's literally like you're paying in time instead of paying monetarily, but you're still paying in time for the exchange. Or like, I forgot where I was going with that.
We were talking about the Great Purge, Musty.
Yeah, I picked that up a little bit. I saw your picture. That's pretty magnificent.
And that is
That's only one system.
The biggest purge anyone's ever done on this club.
That's only
wow.
one system. Every system is very similar to that about 100 to 200 games per system.
Wow.
See, I had like 350 NES games at one point, which was literally had half the library. And then I realized that like 2/3 of the library that I had was just shit.
Yep.
That's the NES for you. There's like 100, maybe 100 really good games on the NES, and the rest you could really do without playing. If you never played them, it's like you could do without it.
Here's a question. I'm probably not going to sell this, but do I really need to keep my copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day right now? Because I've got the rare replay collection.
I still recommend keeping it.
How attached are you to the cartridge? And
I have
also,
nostalgia
the
for
only
it.
one, I'd say probably that's the only copy that hasn't been butchered through, Microsoft censoring it or whatever.
Conker's Bad Fur Day is a solid staple of the N64 library.
Yeah.
The multiplayer, the multiplayer,
And
while it is available on the Rare Replay, is not accessible to most people because who has 4 Xbox One controllers to play with their friends?
Yeah, because it costs $60 a piece.
Yeah, so I definitely highly recommend keeping it. Also, that price will never come down. Even if we have a bubble crash of the market, Conkers will never move.
There are some
It's
games
already
that
gone
won't
down,
move.
actually.
It's always been $80 historically. If you go back 6 years ago, Conkers was still in the $60 to $80 range.
Well,
Well,
there
I saw
are
it for
some
90
games that
before, but
stay
now
there.
it's like 70.
Yeah, it's always going to sit in that realm. Just like
Yeah,
Suikoden
it's kinda
2
that
has
way.
always been $90. There's a couple games that are like that. They just don't move. Secret of Mana, Mario RPG, Super Metroid, they will always be $40 to $50.
Yeah.
They always have been.
Yeah.
Actually, I picked up Super Metroid like 4 years ago for 30, I think.
And that was on the
Off
low end.
eBay.
Most of them were in the 35 to 40 range at that time.
Yep.
There's about every system's got its good 3 or 4 games that will never move price regardless of how the market sits.
Yeah.
Well, I know
Or
Super
anything-
Mario World's been,
Anything first party Nintendo.
like Super Mario World's been $20 for ages now.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country, the first one, has always been $15 like forever.
15, $20.
Yeah.
Like those games, like most of the Nintendo first party games are like 15, $20 for the common ones. Or there's literally millions of these copies out there that are 15, $20.
That's like
Go
Pokemon.
find some uncommon game, and you might find it for $5. And like, there's literally maybe a couple 100,000 or 100,000 of this game made, and it's cheaper than the game with like millions.
Pokemon's another one. Outside of the recent craze that spiked prices for a short period of time, Pokemon games historically, and most likely for the future, will always be around $20 a piece. All of them. Every copy about $20 a piece.
Do you think there will be a bump with Sun and Moon?
No.
Probably not to the same extent that
Pokemon Go.
Yeah, exactly. The Pokemon Go craze is the largest bump you'll probably see.
Oh, Pokemon Go caused the local stores to stop selling Pokemon games for like 20 to 30 bucks, and now they sell them for 40 to 50 bucks.
I sold a
And
Heart
people
Gold.
are still buying them.
I sold a Heart
It'll-
Gold
it'll
for
rebound.
$100.
Holy
For
shit.
what? 80?
I sold a Heart Gold for $100 like a couple weeks ago when the craze hit. And actually, just 2 days ago, I went into my local game store and I traded in every copy of Pokemon I had because they gave me $30 a pop for them.
Hmm.
And I took every little bit of it and I turned that into box Game Boy Advance games.
Yeah,
I should probably
you don't
do that
find
on
many of
my
those.
original gold, silver, and crystal. Because like, why do I need 4 copies of this game?
Exactly.
I'm tempted to get rid of some of my originals.
And
but,
think
I'd have
think
to
about it this
re-battery
way.
them.
If the price historically has always been in the $20 to $25 range, and outside of a craze, it has remained in a year or two, if you want to pick it back up, it's probably
Yeah,
still
exactly.
going to be $20 to $25 and readily available.
Yeah,
Well, if you look, for instance, like
and I don't play them.
Yeah.
if you want to sell Smash Brothers games, you want to wait till like right up before a Smash Brothers game is going to come out,
Yeah.
or right after it comes out.
Smash Brothers for N64 is another title that hasn't moved in years.
Only one
Really?
I have.
And if you
Well,
want
I know
it
that-
again, it's going to cost you the same thing as it did 3 years ago. And 3 years from now, it's probably going to still be the same at the $40 to $50 range and readily available.
Yeah. That's one that's not moving off my shelf just because it's my original copy of it and I have nostalgia for it.
Hey, that's the reason I still have Ocarina of Time sitting on my shelf, even though I now have the 3DS version.
Eric, I know you're good with numbers. You have to have seen some of the way these trends are moving and kind of felt the same thing that I'm talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
Really has a spreadsheet based on it.
No, well, no. I don't know what I don't know that I'm hip to all of the trends, which is why I'm asking you guys. But
No.
yeah, I think you guys are onto something, and I'm seriously considering that it's time to start getting out.
I mean, even if
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call it getting out. I mean,
Yeah, just trimming the fat,
Just-
basically.
yeah.
Sure.
You know, there will always be people who are going to go for a complete collection and who need
Mm.
those filler games and you know,
Yeah.
helping them accomplish their goals while letting you accomplish your own. You know,
Trim and refocus like you did, Musty. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm
I
looking
hope
to do.
I hope that's not the entire reason that you started thinking of doing it, but
No.
I mean, you know, all things, you know, being equal, the my purge lasted for a long time because things weren't moving, and then finally I got that trade done, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, and then I've now put together my new list, which I have prepared now.
Yeah.
My new list.
I need to write out a list with prices of what I have and actually post it somewhere. I've just got a big box behind my couch full of games that I haven't done anything with.
I always highly recommend that you get a booth at a convention or your local flea market. Don't
Mhm.
take your games to a game store. Don't try putting stuff on eBay. Spend the $60 or $50 or $80 to get a table at your local convention. You will get top dollar for everything, and you can buy what you want
Yeah.
while you're there.
Yeah, it's
And I
$100
see
bucks
Troy.
for the
I
only
see
convention
Troy
I'd
nodding
be
his
able to
head
go
because
to.
Troy knows what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all crap though for me. I'm better off doing a garage sale with this stuff.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
crap sells. People will go by and buy the crap.
Fair. Yeah, like $5 a piece, gone.
Like, yeah, if you say you have a bunch of like crappy titles for NES and you just slap $5 a piece on them and like
Yeah.
buy 3 for 12 or whatever,
Here's
people
the problem.
will
It's
buy
all
them.
PS2 stuff.
So
Wow.
my local flea market is $25 a week, and it's on Sundays is the big day. If you buy it for the entire month, 4 weeks, it's $80. So for $20 a week, you get a booth that gives you 3 tables at the flea market, and I will on average make about $300 to $400, and that is literally just selling my doubles. But if you're taking stuff that you're planning on purging, think about the kind of money you can pull in at that point, and you're only paying $20 and a Sunday to do it. That's
Yeah,
cheaper than
yeah,
even
more for
dealing
me.
with eBay's bullcrap.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, eBay takes
I'm-
10%.
yeah. I'm
And then
outside of
PayPal
Vancouver,
takes
so it's like
another chunk.
I would have to bus all the way into Vancouver for the Vancouver flea market, or wait for the Vancouver Retro Gaming Expo to come around. And the Gaming Expo is $100 a table.
And then to add on to that,
Still,
the eBay thing, you got eBay taking money, PayPal
Yeah.
taking money, and then you got to pay for shipping most of the time. Because no, you can't ask the buyer to pay shipping on eBay. Your stuff won't sell very fast.
still at $100 a table, you're buying your way into the convention, so you're now an attendee, and you have center stage on the floor, so you get first access to stuff before people walk in the door by being a vendor. And you spend $100, you got a table. You're going to make your $100 back in the first 15 minutes that the show floor opens.
Depending on what you have. Like if I could afford to get a table for MagFest, that would I'd probably make some bank if I could show up with like a giant box full of modded consoles. You know?
MagFest is very particular on who they actually allow to vend, and the vendor hall has been predominantly closed off to video game vendors with a select few that have been there since the start.
Yeah,
And that's
I noticed
politics.
that.
It's politics more than anything.
Which I don't want to go to MagFest and sell a bunch of video games. I'd go there and sell some consoles and stuff from my trunk and not care.
You're better off selling it too many games.
Yeah, I figured that.
It's cheaper, and you get a bigger crowd of people actually buying games and not
you don't
going
go
to
to
party.
MagFest. You go to MagFest to basically party and go
Yep.
see a bunch of music and nerdy stuff and panels. And here's a giant room full of computers. Go play whatever you want on them. And like, here's a giant room full of arcades. Yeah. MagFest is nice, but you don't go there to collect. I wouldn't call that a collector's show. I call that like, what do you call it?
A party show.
Basically, it's a giant nerd convention. Tons of people in cosplay, music everywhere, video games everywhere. It's fun. It's just not collecting stuff. But yeah. Oh, hi, kitty. Musty's cat has come to say hello.
I need to trim your claws. But yeah, so while you're talking about getting rid of stuff, I'm putting this together. Eric, you'd be proud.
Yeah, I am.
My lists.
I'm glad you're doing your list. I spent the week, or Friday, maybe Saturday, trying to trim my lists down to just the ones I was willing to buy on the first day rather than everything. And it turned into a huge project where I started doing all my inventory for just reevaluating all my inventory. I don't know why it turned into that, but it was like, okay, I started looking through my list. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad you're putting your list together. How big is it?
It is so it was 3 full pages. So here's kind of how I did it is its name, or I have it broken down by categories. So like this is my primary Musty's Quest list, right? I've got my top 100 NES, the ones that are left here, top 100 Super Nintendo here, and then I've got going value based off price charting, and then I put this at I did 60% rounded to the nearest dollar.
Yeah.
And that'll kind of be my starting point for negotiations. So I know if it falls, I was like, well, is it 70 or 60? I'm like, let's just start low, because the worst they can say is no, and maybe sometimes they'll say yes. So, yeah. But it's
that's how haggling works.
Just a bit of a warning.
Yeah.
There's some people there. There's one guy there, and I can tell you who it is, but there's one guy there. He always wants to see the list. He always takes my list, and then he goes through his inventory. So you put that 60% column on there, he's going to see it.
Okay.
That it's just maybe. I mean, you don't have to hand it to him. But,
no, I mean, well, that's the thing. I feel like that this is a between. I mean, the nice thing is I've got 4 weeks to like stare at this thing and not necessarily memorize it, but have a good feel for most. I probably should sort it by price and then maybe that way I can like put it into tiers or something, so I have an idea.
No, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
I'm working on mine. Those don't look like full-size sheets, though.
No, I mean it's basically. Hey, you're in the way. It is.
Attack of the podcast mascot.
I basically did two columns per page and then cut the page in half,
Oh, good idea. Good idea.
like 2 sets. So I've got the stuff from my top 100s list. I have the Cartridge Club games I don't have, Xbox games I want, Game Boy, my non-100 NES list, so like the childhood games, or ones that would be, good to find. GameCube, PS2, Lord of the Rings games, Sega CD.
I have all of them for you.
If you want Lord of the Rings games for PS2, they're at my local shop for about $2 a pop at the moment.
I have all of those. The only one from that generation I don't have is The Hobbit.
Yeah, they don't have that.
I have pretty much all of them for every system of that generation.
Yeah.
I saw a really overpriced copy of The Hobbit the other day. Oh,
Here's the crazy thing. Like, you can literally put out a bid at, like, the one local, we call it a trading post. They're basically a pawn shop that charges eBay prices for the majority of their games. They literally put out a bid a few months ago that was just, like, $2 Xbox and PS2 games. And there's some games in there that are worth $10. There's some games that are worth 50 cents. They can't get rid of any of them.
Last time I was at a $2 PS2 bin, and I pulled out Mega Man X7, and I fully regret picking up that one.
yeah.
My wife just walked through and I threw her on the headphones so she could hear your cat, Musty.
Oh, yeah.
She got a good chuckle out of it.
Can you still hear her now? She's.
Sounds like a low telephone ringing.
That would be a good cell phone ringtone.
Just purring. Yeah, and then I've got my small list of consoles. I listed a bunch of Kinect games because I kind of want to reconnect. I kind of want to plug that one back in.
Reconnect?
I'm going to reconnect.
Reconnect with the system.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, I've got a 2.5-year-old. At some point, he's going to want to start playing, and that would be a real easy way to have him not have to have a controller in his hands, or throw a Wiimote through a TV or something.
Get him the eye toy.
Or get out of video games forever. First video game, Connect Star Wars.
It's on the list.
No.
Connectables now with bears.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
The unbearable edition.
How many bear puns can we fit into one episode?
But no.
You don't want to try that one. The answer's probably a lot.
But yeah, like I've got a Mountain Dew Xbox on here, 32X, Master System. I priced a TurboGrafx just in case.
Oh, man. Well, if you ever want any of them modded, you know who to send them to.
I know.
Actually, as far as a turbo's concerned, if you don't get a turbo booster, you're going to want to have it AV modded for sure.
Yep. Otherwise, you get stuck with RF.
And it's terrible.
I can get you component output on a turbo. Any turbo. I could probably do S-video on any of them, too.
Well, I've got to get it first. So.
Oh, yeah.
But, no, I mean, I priced it because it's like, that would be a system, like, that system you don't see that system collected for frivolously. Like, the people who are collecting for that system are pretty intent on what they're doing.
That's because it's expensive and hard.
Well, yeah, there is.
You do not. Okay, let me put TurboGrafx 16 collecting to you this way. Okay, TurboGrafx 16 sports game, $20 to $30.
Mm-hmm.
No, like $10 tops for most.
No, I see them for $20 to $30 sometimes.
Even
Like,
the sports games are expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the point. Like the cheapest you're gonna find a decent turbo game is like $20 to $30.
Yeah.
Musty, you're
The really
flying
good
out, right?
games.
I am
Freaking,
flying
like-
out. The tickets have been purchased. And
What's
they're
your
on-
plan for getting this
the-
bounty back with you?
So I have a smaller, like I have a big like 2-wheeled roller suitcase, and I have a smaller one that actually fits inside that one. So I'm flying out with that, Russian nesting dolls.
That's what I do. Yeah.
Yep. And then I'll probably put some bubble wrap and all kinds of as much plastic bags and things like that so that I can wrap some of this stuff. And
So
then
you can fill that big suitcase. That's your plan?
I could either fill the I could fill the big suitcase. What I may do is actually I could wrap it in the clothes that I'm not wearing on the way back.
Yeah.
And then
That's what my brother-in-law does.
And then put any of the super choice stuff that I don't want to risk
Backpack.
in a backpack or in the smaller bag, because the smaller bag actually works as a carry-on. It's small enough for that.
Okay.
So that is the tentative plan. Worst case scenario, I go down to the post office and grab a box or two and ship it.
Well, are you planning to limit what you buy based on your capacity? The volume that you have in that suitcase? Or are you just going to go all out and worry about it later?
If I wipe out the space in that suitcase, I will be, I don't know.
Embarrassed
I mean,
for buying so much stuff.
It's the polar opposite of this conversation that we've been having for the past half hour, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Fill the
it's all going to be on this
suitcase.
list. I mean,
I'm hitchhike home.
I'm not going to at the end of the show be like, just give me everything you have that's $1, and I really don't want to do that. But I mean, you never know. Manuals like that. I feel like that's the opportunity then for me to go after some of the cardboard and not necessarily the cardboard, but the manuals that I would hate to spend too much on.
Speaking of manuals, I guess maybe you're smarter than I am in this regard. I discovered in the first year that I went that certainly I like to buy the manuals, and I did do that. But what ended up happening was I tailored my list so that I could easily check off the things that I bought, especially manuals, so that I didn't buy duplicates, or that I made sure that because what happened to me across 2 days is you forget what you've bought at the thing.
Yeah.
At least I did. And you might think, oh, I don't have this, because you're thinking of your collection and not thinking of the stuff you bought yesterday. But I don't know if this helps you, but I actually put, I put columns for the manuals next to the game so that when I did get the manual, I could write a quick X on it. So I'd know, not when I was looking through manuals hours later, that I had already bought that.
Back to the drawing board.
No, it's just a thought. Maybe you're, like I said, you might be smarter than I am, but I had a couple of cases where I either bought a duplicate manual or made some mistake where you want to make it so that your list, you want to record the stuff that you're buying. At least I did. I wanted to record what I was buying each day.
Yeah.
Not only so I could enter it in the spreadsheet later, but because I wanted to make sure that the list I was looking at actually was updated as I was buying things. So I put little columns where I could put a quick X in it to say, yes, I bought this game, or I bought this manual, or I bought the case. And
that's a good point.
Just an FYI, it can get very hectic and you can lose track. That's all.
I think we need to make a little computer or something that's about maybe yay big that goes on your wrist.
That doesn't
way
need Wi-Fi?
It doesn't need Wi-Fi. That way you can sit there and type into it and access your game collecting list.
She got one of those quarterback play cards. Right?
Yeah, all right.
Where you just flip it up and
VG Collection Tracker is a good app for that.
Yeah, you can do it on your smartphone. I wasn't smart.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe it's called a cell phone.
Yeah.
You can get a wrist-mounted holder for that.
Eric,
For us
second.
really old school people. Or for us really old school people, we can just write the list on our wrist.
Crib notes.
Yeah.
That second art print that I just showed in my most recent video from the convention, that was a duplicate. I got home and we already had one.
Yeah. Okay. See, there you go. I'm not the only one. Thank goodness. Yeah. You did that on accident. I presume?
Well, I just like the art that much that I bought it, and I got home, and the wife was like, "We already have that." Well,
Oops.
yeah.
It
It
was that
happens,
good.
man. In the
Well,
heat
you
of
gotta
the
get it
convention.
away.
Chris, what are you drinking over there? I seen you sipping on something.
I'm trying to get my computer to work, so I'm actually on my phone right now. But that's what I'm drinking there. Worka. It's Polish.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Never
So they
seen
sell
that
it
before.
Yeah. They sell it at the liquor store here in Canada.
I don't know if you could see it. My camera's kind of shitty. It's the PS3 iToy, but it's a
Pumpkin kick, eh?
Pum Kick from New
pumpkin
Belgium.
spice.
New Belgium's awesome.
New Belgium is awesome. Their Fat Tire is a good, solid amber ale.
But yeah. No, I'm sure this was a test drive. I think I'm gonna. I mean, this is about what I would want. It's something that's single hand held.
Much more.
Yeah, I like
organized
the
than
idea of cutting it in half lengthwise
Yeah,
because
it's just-
mine always.
And then I can roll it up if I just wanted to, do that and then
Yeah.
make that. Just
I
Mine
just
always
wing
get
it.
rolled by the end.
I just wing it. If
If
I
you
find a
wanna
good
send
deal,
by
I pick it
carrier
up.
pigeon, you're set to go.
I'm sorry.
If you wanted to send it by carrier pigeon at the end of the day, you're set to go.
that's right.
Well, it'll be fun.
This-
I'm
This
getting
list will be
excited.
the one thing that puts my baggage overweight. So I'll just,
Yeah. Right.
yeah, no,
Right.
that's
Print a duplicate, man.
Leave it
Mhm.
behind like a pair of blown out slippers when you head home. It should be empty anyway. You should have crossed everything off the list.
Yeah. Right.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like I haven't totaled it. Well, I mean, Samson's on here. Just because.
Little Samson.
I'm not.
I hope you're bringing trades.
Not that kind of trade.
Jeez.
So we'll play a game, Musty.
Yeah.
Who can have the higher percentage of purchases off their list?
I should
I like that.
make my list smaller.
Well, if you
I
make,
think
yeah.
the person with the shortest list will win. Shortest, cheapest list.
Is somebody
No, because that means if it's too short and you buy a bunch of stuff off the list, it means you can only buy what's on the list. You only want to buy stuff on the list.
Is
you make the
anybody
list
gonna-
shorter, you're gonna. Well, anyway,
Is anybody going to hold a best deal challenge like J-Rock?
I don't know.
That would
not
be
a bad
nice. Like
idea.
a good $20, $25 best deal challenge at PRGE.
I'd be up for it. Maybe we'll discuss it on Thursday or Friday and see who's in.
Yeah, I'm down. Well, we'll have lots to talk about on Thursday. That football game probably won't last very long.
Oh, why is that? Why do you say that?
You watched the Bears game last night?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So the Bears are not doing so good this season, huh?
USA Today called it a 5-alarm dumpster fire.
All right.
Unbearable
Sorry.
performances.
No, I don't actually follow.
Yes, there it
football
is.
closely.
Here we go again.
Had to.
Dumpster fire. It's great.
Yeah, no, it is a headline. I swear it's a headline. And I just need to figure out. I need to figure out if surgery is on the docket for Mr. Cutler.
Speaking of Cleveland, like if you look up on if you go to YouTube, there's a couple Cleveland like tourism videos. They're total spoofs, they're fakes, but it's hilarious. Because they're ridiculous. Like the Bears fans are like that. It's just everything's a dumpster fire. So,
Well,
But at least we're not Detroit.
where is it?
that's all right. I live in the area of the worst fans in all of sports. Period. Philadelphia fans are the worst for every sport ever.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. We're horrible people. Yes, ECF and W. That's actually like 20 minutes from my house, tops.
Yeah, put that right in the middle of the camera. That's the place to put it.
Yeah, Cutler will miss extended time. Thumb on his throwing hand. So, okay, that's enough football talk. Sorry. I figure I'll get it out of the way before Rocket gets here and rubs it in my face.
Oh man.
Actually, he's the one I got to talk to about this this purge. He's looking for N64 to finish off his set, and I probably have it sitting here except for maybe Sculptor's Cut.
He got Sculptor's Cut.
Well, then I probably have all the rest of it sitting here.
Oh man, he'll be happy about that.
I was actually surprised they opened one of the bins that I had at N64 stuff, and I pulled out like a gray cart Hydro Thunder. I didn't even know I had that.
I got a certain orange and black N64 here for a certain rocket sauce.
Was
By
it
the way,
Die
Chris,
Hawks?
you've got a doubled up video thing here
What?
on the stream. Chris, you've got a doubled up stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've joined twice, so I don't know if it's confusing people. I can disjoin the one, but my camera's not working on my laptop.
Yeah, one doesn't have video. I'm just saying, like, that puts us at the cap, so no one can join in.
Okay. I'll bump out of the one. That's fine.
You can say we can try booting the one too. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's all. That's the only reason I was mentioning it. Just if anyone wanted to join in.
Oh wow, we're at cap, huh?
I got this week.
Nice.
I haven't gotten to play it yet.
That's a good version.
I invited a buddy over to play it, and then it didn't show
One of
up.
the first games I ever played was that version of Double Dragon.
And it's got the cart, the manual, and the 1987 game catalog,
Nice.
which has some real classics in it. Like, you got Rambo and Ghostbusters. First games they show in this thing. Rambo and Ghostbusters.
Yeah, warning, get out now.
And then, hey, look, you got something that's actually decent on the next page. You got Wonder Boy.
Fooled you.
Except, like, they had a copy of that at the local game store, except I didn't want to pay $40 for Adventure Island when I have Adventure Island sitting right over there.
The only Adventure Island I have is Super Adventure Island, the first one. It's either the first one or the second one on Super Nintendo.
I have Adventure Island 2, and Adventure Island 3. And
Which
I
one's the
probably
expensive one? That's the one I don't have.
Three's the expensive one.
I think I paid like 10 or 15 bucks for it.
It's like $40 now.
Awesome.
Seeing the ECW up there, James. Who else actually was able to watch ECW when it was on? Did anybody else get broadcast of it?
We got it at
I
like
might
12 or 1
have.
o'clock in the morning.
You got
man.
really up in Canada? You ended up getting it?
Yeah, I don't know how far into it before we got it, but I remember it coming on at like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we
I
had.
could use
That's when it
some,
came. That's when it came on here too. We used to get it coming on about. It was 11 to 12, and then from 12 to 1, there was actually a music show, but it was on public broadcasting because I'm here in the Philly area. I'm actually surprised you got it in Canada. That's crazy.
Yeah,
We never-
somebody picked it up. I don't remember who it was.
TNN? No, yeah, TNN probably.
That was later on in life, though.
Yeah, no, that was
very
later
late.
on.
That was
That
pretty much in the last 2 years of it. That was like already in its death throes. That's actually what killed ECW was Turner Broadcasting.
Too much money, yep.
They got
And
screwed
funny-
on that deal.
Yeah. In Australia, we never officially got ECW until the DVD era, and that was right towards the end of 2000 when they were pretty much done for.
Yeah.
So we got it late in Australia.
It was amazing seeing it on TV as it was coming across, pay-per-views and everything like that. In 95, 96, 97, it was just incredible.
Dude, like, I go back and watch some of those, and they're pretty awesome.
Did you get it too, Yoshi, at the time that it was listed? Because, I mean, you're not that far from Philly.
I don't know. I'm like a couple hours from Philly. I'm pretty sure we did get it in the area, but I don't remember seeing it at all. The only thing I didn't really see much wrestling until like the 2000s,
Attitude Era.
like right after. Because I didn't even see most of the Attitude Era. I saw it like right at the end of that. I don't know.
Sorry for interjecting. I just thought it was kind of interesting now that we got people from all over the place. It was a cool question.
Yeah. Where'd you get the who got this TV show or whatever?
Yeah. Can I
It's
start
always
paying attention
surprising.
again? Are you done with the
Maybe.
sports?
I don't know. I gotta go to sleep
Pickups?
soon.
Should do pickups.
Oh,
I have none, so whoever wants to go, that's not me.
You don't want to see my pickups.
I got this.
I think you've got more drop-offs than pickups.
The pickups piles are almost as big.
Oh, dear.
I got a couple of boxes from. Well, the one's got a Sega 32X in it, and the other one's got a Sega CD in it. And I got a bunch of Game Gears.
I see PAL Dreamcast. What was that?
What?
James? I saw a PAL Dreamcast. What you got over there?
Hang on, I'm showing. It's just this case is. It's a game that I got years ago, but the case just broke recently, which annoys me. But
Nice.
it's not just any ECW Anarchy Rules. I got this like near 10 years ago when PlayAsia was still selling Dreamcast games like hotcakes, but it's actually an autographed one.
Wow. Why would they release that anywhere but here? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I got this autographed by Raven,
Awesome.
Steve Carino, and Masato Tanaka. It's not a good game, but it makes a great shelf piece, especially with the autographs.
We used to have backyard wrestling like that, and a buddy of mine, his little brother, used to pretend he was Masato Tanaka and give people the spider all the time.
Yeah, the case is really beat up. It got broken recently. That's the problem with these PAL cases, is they get busted.
They certainly look nice, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was,
Well, they last.
It comes with an acclaim game catalog. Ooh, what's in it? What's in
my.
it? Ooh, the exciting Ducati World.
Does anyone have presenting abilities?
I do.
Okay, just checking.
Earth Riders. Ooh. Dead or
I'm probably
Alive
heading
2.
see you guys.
What else is there?
Hi,
Dave
Yoshi.
Mirror, Freestyle BMX. Classic stuff right here. ECW Anarchy Rules, advertised in ECW Anarchy Rules. Alongside it is some ATV game, Quad Power Racing. Vanishing
People
Point.
actually cared about ATV games.
Some of them, but they don't age that well a few years after.
Yeah.
This one's weird. They're advertising a PS2 game in a Dreamcast advertisement thing. Ooh. We got the Ferrari Challenge. And what else is there? The classic that is Turok free. Yeah, so this is definitely late Dreamcast. HBO Boxing. Anyone remember that game? And last but not least, Jeremy McGrath versus Travis Pastrana and Buster Move. Yes, Buster Move. Super Buster Move with that terrible baby blonde Bubbles cover. And that's what's in the case. Yeah, stop. You can stop presenting me now.
Okay.
That's. Yep.
I can go if no one else wants to.
Go
Yeah.
for it, man.
So the my best man for my wedding came down and said, "Hey, I've got a couple things for you. I'm making a donation to the cause." So brought a couple things. No games, but that's okay. The first thing he said he had this. He has this rental case for PTO for the Super Nintendo, and unfortunately, this is one where they actually cut up the box. Yeah, so I have a portion of the box. Now, this is funny enough. This is from Brownport Video in Wisconsin.
Great name.
I know, right? And they're gonna be really unhappy because the book is missing. So I guess there's a $10 fee coming. So no game. He said he used to love it, but I don't know. He doesn't know where the game went. He also had a control deck. Works. I can probably still afford to clean it up, but a backup is always a good thing. And then the last thing. Now he told me that this he has reason to believe that this is red ringed, which is fine, because it really is. I wouldn't use this one anyways, but it's the Halo 3 360. Cool. Yeah.
Display piece.
Yeah, I mean it's totally going in the case. I could open it up and see about thermal paste and stuff like that to try and get it working. I did ask him if he had the controller because they had a controller that had the same kind of accents here. He said he's going to look to see if he can find it, but he did, however, and it's super chewed up, but he had the box for it too.
Nice.
It's been kind of massacred, but
previously nice.
But this side's good.
Yeah.
That side.
Oh, that side.
Yeah. But the thing that I like the most on this is this hard drive, because the hard drive's got this orange shiny metallic on it.
Nice.
And it says Halo 3 across the top there.
Very nice.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's always nice when people decide to just show up and say, "Hey, here, take this." And then if I find games, he says he's got a one of those Atari, like the clear top, like holders, with like 25 games in it. He didn't want to dig through the closet to go find it. So he says once he finds it, that's coming this way too. So that will be awesome. I don't know what's there. I probably is duplicates of what I've got already, but even if it is, we'll purge it at some point in a couple of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's it for me. I'm not going on like a hiatus for spending between now and Portland, but I'm not like, I feel like every purchase I make now, like I should weigh that of, like, is the money that I'm throwing now, like is somebody who's, let me think of the example. So somebody in my Facebook group had Rock and Roll Racing come available, and he wanted effectively like $1 under price charting shipped, which is reasonable. But part of me is like, I could find that in Portland for $10 under price charting if I play my cards right, and so I ended up saying no thanks. I'll put it out to the group and somebody else can pay your price. But I didn't feel like negotiating because I could very well bundle that with 2 other games and get it for significantly less. But sorry, that clock is ticking though on Portland.
This isn't a comment on anything, but I'm just curious. Does anyone have crickets in the background, or what is that?
Is that me?
I have
It's
no
Duke.
idea.
It's Duke's Crickets.
Oh, it could be me. I'm typing.
I got crickets here. I can hear too. It could be me.
Yeah, that's probably you then.
I got the window
Oh
open
no.
to the right
Yeah, it's
side.
actual crickets. Yeah.
It's real crickets.
That's someone's response to what Musty was just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was perfect when everyone stopped talking. Yeah, you can hear the crickets. I was just curious.
Yeah, I can hear him now. Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Thanks, Google.
You do it all. So I missed pickups, I'm guessing?
No, there's just
Not much.
everyone's talking about getting rid of stuff.
Ugh.
It's funny.
Awful
Doing
talk.
Drop
Everybody's
offs.
talked about it. I've gone through stuff. I haven't taken much out, but I did take a few things out.
I mean, if it's for trade, like you're getting something, that's fine. I don't approve of just getting rid of just to get rid of. But if you're getting something because you want something, I approve of that.
And that's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like I have Mega Man Soccer, and I'm
Mhm.
going to take it out and either try to move it or trade it for something.
hmm I mean, I've always wanted just to play that game, but like I don't know if I want to own it.
I've got it, and I have
Mhm.
yet to play it.
hmm
And I watched SNES did a review of it just
This morning.
recently, and basically crapped all over it. And just watching the gameplay, it doesn't look like something I would enjoy anyways. So, I mean, the value that I paid for it, it's gone up in price, and I got it like not even a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, what's high on your list then, Haji?
Like wants?
Yeah, like if you could trade it for something, like what would you say you'd like to trade it for? And not something like Hagani or something like that. You know?
No.
Yeah.
Let me open my list here.
Like let's say like equal value if you could trade for it. You know.
Yeah.
I like your pronunciation. Hagani.
Is that correct or is it wrong?
No, Hagane.
Meh.
It's fine.
Hagani.
You actually said Ocarina of Time earlier.
That's the correct way of saying Ocarina of Time.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
I need Ikaruga.
I've heard Nintendo say Ocarina, so I say Ocarina.
It is Ocarina. He said Orcarina.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. Sorry. No, Haji, what were you saying?
I said
You
Ikaruga.
the correct pronunciation. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I said Ikaruga for GameCube. I want now. These are probably a little bit more, but I want King of Dragons and Knights of the Round on Super. I'd like to grab those and Sunset Riders.
Sunset Riders is a really good one.
Sunset Riders
I
jumped
need.
up like crazy.
We talked about it earlier. I need Adventure Island 3, and I
Oh.
need Adventures of Lolo 3,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need Lolo.
Ninja
Which
Gaiden
reminds-
3.
Which reminds me, actually, we got to pick up. I got to pick up, so I'll be right back. I forgot it. All right, back. 1 second here.
Ninja Gaiden 3 is the only one of those I'm missing on NES.
I gave it to a friend of mine who needed it. He came
Yeah,
over
it's-
for a party and was like, "That's the last one I need." I was like, "Here you go."
It goes for a lot, though.
It's
Or at
like
least-
50. It's like $45.
Yeah, I saw it for 70 at a store, and then it's like, nope.
Yeah.
But then again, that store is terrible. So. Oh, that's when I said I saw a really overpriced copy of The Hobbit. Original Xbox, $50.
Nice.
Not even in good shape.
That's ridiculous.
Yep, they suck.
I'm asking $3 on that game.
Yeah, that store sucks.
I've got
It's the
some cool
only one
pickups
in
if
town.
anybody's interested.
Yep.
I went to my local game store, and some guy came in with a lot of GBA games boxed. He used to do clear outs of like Walmart and Targets and stuff back when the GBA was still really hot. So a lot of these games ended up hitting clearance. I'm not sure how, but I ended up picking everything up. The price was a bit much. I used some trade credit and stuff, but I think altogether it was like $360 for everything. So, I mean, I'll start it off with some simple stuff like Top Gun. Top Gun on the Game Boy Color. I tried to flip the camera around and it wouldn't cooperate, so my apologies.
It's not reversed for us. It's only for you.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Don't worry, everyone's had to deal with that confusion.
Yeah.
Terminator 3. 2 copies of Star X, which looks like Star Fox, basically. If you look at the back art here, I'm actually kind of
A
curious
Brand
to
X
play one of
version
these.
Star Fox.
Yeah,
It's
I got
it's full Star Fox.
2 copies of Dynasty Warriors Advance, and these are both sealed.
Is that game any good?
I don't know. It's sealed.
That was an open question, but hey.
I got 3 sealed copies of Ghostbusters. Well, no, wait, that's the Defender 2. 2 copies of Ghostbusters Extreme, sealed, which they're run and gun, top-down shooters. A sealed copy of Defender on the GBA. I got a really rough, just boxed copy of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. I got a sealed copy of Mega Man Extreme 2 on Game Boy Color. And like you could, I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says Walmart at the top, and it was clearanced out for like $7 at one point. A sealed copy of Gekido on the Game Boy Advance, which is a beat 'em up, kind of like a Final Fight. I got a sealed copy and an open copy of Aliens Thanatos Encounter on the Game Boy Color.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, neither did I. So I was kind of curious. So I got a copy of Rampage World Tour on the Game Boy Color. A copy of CT Special Forces, which actually looks really cool. It looks just like Metal Slug on the back. I got a sealed copy of Yu Yu Hakusho, the GBA. I got a boxed copy of Altered Beast on the GBA.
I didn't
know that was a
came
thing.
out for the GBA.
Yeah. Backtrack, which is interesting. It looks almost like Perfect Dark, basically. It's a first-person shooter on the GBA. A sealed copy of Lady Saya, which is a hack and slash side scroller. Sega Smash Pack. I got 2 copies, both of which are opened and a little bit dinged up, of Wings on the GBA. This is game kind of like Rogue Squadron, where it's a flight sim kind of deal. I got a slightly crushed but unopened copy of Montezuma's Revenge on Game Boy Color. I got the Three Stooges on GBA. Tekken Advance.
I think I played that.
Ultimate Muscle.
Huh.
And the 2 big ones, I also got a lot of loose games, but that's kind of like, they're all like dollar games, but this is kind of the big stuff. A sealed copy of Pinball of the Dead, which is a pretty cool one. This game is actually really good if nobody's ever played it. It's a really great pinball game. And the most uncommon one, which I've never seen before, and it actually goes for quite a bit, a copy of Ice 9 on the GBA. And this is kind of a futuristic, Perfect Dark-ish first-person shooter. And loose copies are like $20, and the box copies, I have only seen one on eBay, and it was like $70-something. So that was all $360. And then I had a friend come over, and I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but he did a trade with me. He traded me a bunch of Sega CD stuff for a bunch of staple NES games, you know, like Ghouls and Ghosts and Mario 2, Mario 3. I got and these are all in really great shape, a copy of Fahrenheit for the Sega CD 32X. This one's missing the manual. It's just the front page of the manual. But Dragon's Lair. God, that glare's bad. There you go. Dragon's Lair.
Dragon's Glare.
Yeah. Double Switch.
Nice.
NFL Greatest San Francisco versus the Dallas Cowboys. Best one probably is The Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Ooh.
Which is a pretty cool one. It's got a neat driving scene in that one.
Is that very similar to the Genesis version of it?
Very
that
similar,
game?
except
Okay.
it adds
The exact same with driving scenes.
it adds the driving sim in there, which
Yeah.
is the best part of the game.
Yep.
Kids on Site and Echo Tides of Time. And last but not least was ESPN Sunday Night Football with Chris Berman. So when I opened this game, I don't know if anybody saw my post. When I opened it, it had a double disc in here. There was a disc stacked on top of one. And when I removed the disc, the NFL football, that was underneath.
Why?
It was the biggest shock I've ever had.
Who gets that?
Period.
Wow.
Yeah. Does it work?
Unfortunately,
Don't say it.
Did he know? Yeah. Did he know about it being?
he had no
shipped?
idea even what this game was, and I'm trying to see if I can catch it on film here. No, not really, but
How much of
Right.
the label is missing?
here it's see-through. It's about the size of, I guess, a green pea, and it's like
Yeah.
a C-shaped scratch, and you can see light
Yep.
straight through it. It's right,
Yep, that
In
game's
the-
done.
yeah.
How the hell
So
does that happen?
this looks like disc rot. It doesn't look like a scratch.
Mhm.
It is
that
also
sucks.
pretty scuffed up on the bottom, but it does play. And I'm
Oh.
about an hour and a half into it.
Huh.
I'm
So
surprised you got that far.
eventually, probably 3 hours in, it's just going to disc read error on me. But
Yeah.
it's a really expensive coaster.
Yeah.
And it damn near made me piss myself on the couch. It was the last game I opened, and I picked it up, and I damn near dropped it on the floor when I saw this underneath it.
Wow.
Yeah. Label scratches are really annoying. It takes so little to ruin a game. I
Yep.
tried getting that copy of PsyOps resurfaced, actually, that I showed last week. I got it
And last
resurfaced
but not
next
least,
Oh.
I got a dust cover for my Commodore 64 disk drive. This came in a box lot of stuff, and it's a leather custom dust cover from
Very
like
nice.
1983.
Sorry, I didn't know you weren't done.
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say
Man,
I-
there's a lot of you guys were active on uploading videos today, or maybe last night until today. 'Cause, NJ Retro, Canadian Retro, Musty, the Q Dogs.
Oh,
Wow.
Ryan, get your list together of what you need for N64, not what I have, because what I'm getting rid of is like 150 games.
I'm sorry, what's it called? It might, if I can get it to you in the next couple of days, if it's my best shot, because my company's moving right now. So like, because we're moving to another building this weekend, I might have to work every day this weekend, basically, like full 8 hours on Saturday and Sunday, and
Yeesh.
rewiring a whole building, basically. So it's like I said, like usually the weekends are my days off, and I'm usually free on the weekends. But last weekend was because we're moving, and this weekend's because we're moving. It's supposed to be because we have to be out of our one building this weekend. So I mean, if it's not going to be this weekend, it will. I'm going to try to get it to you this weekend, but
I'm not putting it up for sale until Halloween, so you're good.
Okay.
But your list of what you need is
Mhm.
probably much smaller than what I'm selling.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, like I know, like I told you I could try this weekend, but like after they like last Wednesday put up an announcement that everyone has to work mandatory 8+ hours on the weekend. You know, it kind of swamped me last weekend, so
Oof.
threw me in a loop with homework and working full time and going to school full time. It was a big F, you know. So for me, so I'll get it to you.
Anyway, all I wanted to say about that copy of PsyOps is there were two very tiny, like pin-sized holes in the label. That was enough to make the opening cinematic glitch out, and it's unplayable. And I spent money to get it resurfaced. It was pointless.
Now, I do understand now from playing like an hour and a half of this why people want it so bad. Because if nobody's played it here, the music and the animation is amazing in this game.
Well, it's got the crazy Kojima story going along for it too. You know, if you like Kojima's game, you know.
I hate Metal Gear.
You do?
Oh yeah, I don't like any Metal Gear game. I've hated all of them. I hate sneaking around like that. It drives me nuts. But
See.
That game is a masterpiece.
Are you playing it with the Justifier?
No, I actually just heard that the Justifier is a thing for that game, so
Yes.
I'm gonna have to pick one up.
Because there's
I'll
those.
be right back.
Yeah, like, well, I have a burnt copy of Snatcher, basically, because, the Sega CD plays burnt games. So, of course, the first game I downloaded is Snatcher, because I want to see what the hype's about. But
That's probably what I'm going to have to do, too, now.
And, well, what's called, like, there is, that's the thing. It's like you play with one controller, and then there's these missions where someone's, like, a hostage, so you have to, with the Justifier. So, if you have a Justifier from Lethal Enforcers, pop it in. Give it a ride. Goes for you too, Musty.
Yeah, Lethal Enforcers is on my list.
Oh, I love Lethal Enforcers. That goes back to my arcade days as a kid, though.
That's actually a game that's I think I might have mentioned it before. That's a game that comes up sealed very often, and it's usually only like $40 sealed. It must have been something where it was clearance to Kitty City or Toys R Us, and they just never sold, kind of deal.
Yeah, they have the one shop I know has 2 of them for $40, and I'm like, I kind of want to buy it just for like shelf purposes, just because I have like a lot of nostalgia for that game,
Plus, the Justifier for you figure what, half of that, $20 is definitely worth it.
Well, the pink one is the one I need, basically, so you can do 2-player. Yeah. Well, you need like I'm trying to remember what the phone jack is for that one. Like what's the phone jack line? Is it RJ? Not 40. Is it 45?
I think 45 is Ethernet, isn't it? RJ12 for phone.
I'm gonna look this up now because it's gonna bother me. It's part of like what's called like the CompTIA. I'm supposed to know this for like getting certified. I'm gonna look it up for just the purpose of knowing. Phone jack. Yeah, but that's the only way like you can hook up, because like I remember like hooking up 2 blue Justifiers into the Sega Genesis, and it wouldn't work for playing Lethal Enforcers with my buddy, and it wouldn't work. And then it turns out you need to plug it in via whatever a phone line jack is.
Yeah, you need a pink. I think the gun is pink too.
Mm-hmm.
If I come across one, I'm going to snag it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had it for, I think 2 years ago. They had it boxed for $75. I want to get loose. I see a bundle for the Super Nintendo, but I want it for the Genesis too.
Yeah.
But yeah, or that way
too.
What's up?
The blue for the Genesis here.
Mm-hmm. That's
I've only ever seen that.
Are the Genesis and the Sega CD ones compatible?
Yes.
They're both the same Justifier?
Yep.
It's from that to Saturn where they switched, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What do I have? I got both of the Mad Dog McCree and Mad Dog 2.
Sega CD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very quick side note, back to other stuff from last week. When I showed the Shadow Complex games, if you get anything from Limited Run Games, make sure to check the pouch.
Yeah.
Because I almost threw these out.
Actually, a side note, if you get the PS4 and the Vita version of a game, you only get 1 sticker and 1 postcard.
Yeah, I got 2 copies of the game, and I only got 1 copy of each of these.
Yep, which kind of sucks. So if you ever wanted to get rid of one or the other, you got to give up the sticker and the postcard if you want it to be complete.
Yeah, which I'm not doing.
Well,
I do like that they are doing the Shanti games or something coming out. The what's Pirate Cove or the Curse, or which one was it?
Risky's Revenge and Pirate's Curse.
Yeah, I know. I think next week the new one comes out next week.
Half to Hero.
For the PS4 and the Wii U.
Thomas was alone.
There's a 3DS version too, I think, coming out.
Yeah, of Pirate's Curse that's not limited run. You can get that on Amazon.
I have to check that one out. I mean, I really do like them from what I've played so far.
That might actually be part of what I'm taking to my local convention in the Purge is my run of limited run games. I have like 9 or 10 of them.
Do you have extra copies of Saturday Morning RPG?
I have 1 copy for the Vita.
I watched the PS4 copy. I missed out on that one.
That might be the only one that I'm keeping is for the Vita. All the rest of the stuff's probably going to go. I picked up pretty much everything except for Breach and Clear for the most part.
On that topic, anyone looking for Shadow Complex? Since I've got 2 copies of it on PS4.
How'd you get 2?
It was a limit of 2 per customer, and I figured someone's going to have missed it or not have been able to get it at the time, so I'll just get 2.
That was the one where they had an expanded run. It was like 6,500 or 6,000 or something, right?
Yeah.
That's
Still pretty
okay. Because usually they limit it to like 1 of each type.
Yeah. It was the first one I got.
Well, this past week they were tweeting. I can't remember what day it was. It was like Thursday, and they were releasing the Saturday morning RPG, but they were bundling it with the vinyl, and they had very, very limited runs. And I tried to get it. It was like 1 minute after they announced it, and I couldn't get one in my cart.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I set alarms for like 15 minutes before the runs go off, and I'm usually at work walking around on a construction site, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get to my phone and sit in the truck. It's gotten crazy now. Like back when it started, like I missed Breach and Clear. I didn't know anything about it then, but on the second release, which is Saturday morning RPG, from there to like the next 3 or 4 releases, people kind of weren't up on it yet. So you could get something up till about an hour after release. Now you're lucky if they last 10 minutes.
Really, with limited run games?
Yeah, they're starting to get popular enough that stuff is selling out extremely fast now.
That's
Yeah, they do 2. They do 2 batch sales though, like 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening.
10 a.m. is the one you want to get on because the 6 p.m. seems to sell out faster, I think.
You would think I wish they would do something if that's the case. Then they would say, see how many people want it, and then print them, and then because they're printing them themselves, from what I understand.
Yeah, but that's not the whole point of it then, because then it's not so limited anymore. It doesn't. It's not.
You're just feeding the scalpers, is what you're doing by doing that.
No, you're getting copies to people that actually want a physical copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's people who are just buying just to resell.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of want a physical copy of the Shantae games, but
Shantae.
Whatever, close enough.
If they opened it to pre-order, kind of like a Kickstarter, I could see that. But if they opened it to sell it until it sells out, kind of deal, until people stop buying it, it would kind of defeat it.
Yeah,
but it still would be limited. But what's it called? Like, you just say if you're gonna do like a Kickstarter, if you say like this is you have a week to pre-order. Or something like that, and then boom, that's the only limited run. Basically, we're only printing this many, this so and so. That way, we know we're not gonna have like overstock, and because I see sometimes, at least I saw because I follow them on Twitter, that they're like, hey, we have whatever more Oddworld or something like that, for
they
sale.
have increased it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that for a lot of games, they have increased it. It started off as just like 1,000 or 1,500. And then they were around the 2,000 mark. Now they're coming out with games that are 3,500, 6,000. So they are, some of the titles they are increasing. If they know there's going to be a demand for them, like Shadow Complex, they made 6,500 of them.
Yeah, it's like the most popular game they've gotten thus far, at least that I've seen.
But the weird ones like Rainbow Moon and like Saturday Morning RPG, they kept them smaller.
Yeah.
So I did see what's it called that they what's his name Grimsey like contacted those guys because they said like something about like taking requests, and he said how about you do Fatal Frame for the Wii U or Fatal Frame 5, and they said we're considering it or something like that, and I was like do that because that's the main reason why I still have never bought the game because I was just like
there's different licensing. Yeah,
that's the problem.
Nintendo doesn't allow anybody to just make games.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, but like, if Europe got a physical release and Japan got a physical release, how come America not got a physical release? I understand it's probably
most likely because the last Fatal Frame before it did not sell very well.
Didn't it not even come out to America? Was it only in Japan?
Well, not the most obviously not the most recent, but the most recent release we had, which was Fatal Frame 3.
Yeah,
didn't sell very well.
I wouldn't be surprised if none of them sold well here.
And that's how most games are. That's why we didn't get Dragon Quest for the longest time, because it just wasn't for us. The ones previous before that we did get, Dragon Warriors, they just didn't sell very well, so they stopped making them.
Yeah, like how they did Dragon Warrior 1 through Nintendo Power.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just gave it away. They printed too many.
But 3 and 4 sold poorly in
Yeah.
America, so they stopped selling Dragon Warriors here. They stopped bringing them over.
Yeah.
Didn't it just become Dragon Quest then at that point? Then after
well,
that, or?
It was always Dragon Quest from the first one.
Yeah.
It was Dragon Warrior here because of trademark, because of patenting on the name. There was problems with trademarking here in this country.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like a tabletop RPG or something.
Yeah.
It was called Dragon Quest.
Anybody else got pickups?
I got a couple, but nothing much. Did everyone else go, or?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I'm just trying to calm
There you
down
go.
right now because Portland is right around the corner. So I'm just kind of if I find it at Goodwill and it's a good price, I'll pick it up. I'll earn that.
I'm not going to Portland, by the way. I have no collecting bug in me right now.
I can't wait because I need a vacation in the worst way. I haven't taken a vacation in like over a year, and I just want to. I want to get away from school and work for just a weekend, just to reset the button. If you follow me on Twitter, you saw me post this because apparently they had like a cart of like 4 of these, and if Dean really wanted one, I would have known that, but he responded just a little too late. But I found a Toy Soldier War chest for $2.99 at Goodwill.
Yeah, it's a good score.
Sealed.
Nice.
And I picked up another one because my friend Tony, he contacted me. He said, yes, pick it up immediately because he's a huge G.I. Joe fan. And he's like, yeah, no, I'll try it for $2.99, for a brand new game. Might as well, give it a shot if it's any good, I could have picked up for Dean because I think Dean kind of wanted one, but, I don't think they have it anymore. I'll check back, but I don't think they have it. And then at the same Goodwill, I thought this was new, but it looked kind of shady, like it had some work done in it. And as soon as I opened it up, it wasn't new. But for $10, I thought it was an okay price. I bought the Pac-Man plug and play for 35th anniversary plug and play.
That's a cool looking one.
Yeah,
box for $10 is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, someone tried to play it off with putting tape on it and pretend like it was sealed, but for $10, it's I guess you could still buy them at like Toys R Us and Target for $20 brand new. But for $10, I tried it out. It's probably the best in my way to play, to play Pac-Man. If you still wanted to do the Pac-Man challenge, it just feels right with the joystick.
Is it arcade port?
Yeah, it's the arcade port. And then they have 10 other games. They have like Mappy, Galaga, Dig Dog. What's it called? There's some Pac-and Pals and Super Pac-Man. I never really played those. But it's pretty damn good for if you want to play the arcade port of Pac-Man. It's pretty damn good. I recommend it a lot. And then this came in the mail yesterday, so
nice.
Yeah, I know. NJ Retro, he was talking about it in your video. I don't think did you show it in your video or?
I didn't show it in my video. No, I forgot it was out in the living room, but I was pretty much telling everybody about it outside of my video too.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
It's a really nice book.
Yeah, Pat put a lot of effort into this book. Basically, it does weigh a ton, basically too.
And the print quality is fantastic.
Yeah.
The pages are high gloss and really vivid. They're great.
I love you're just talking about Dragon Warrior. Here you go, boom. They have the whole breakdown, the whole Dragon Warrior right here. There's a lot of like really great reads in this book, basically. So besides just the book, and my name's in it too. So if you want to see Ryan Gorman, go to like the second from the last page, and you'll see my name is in this book. So I'm very happy with it though. I got it as a birthday gift, or not birthday, Christmas gift last Christmas, and it finally came. So.
Nice.
I'm very happy with it. That's all I got for pickups this week, then.
Okay.
I got to sign out, guys. It's been nice talking to you. I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Bye. See you next week, Eric. He's got to go yell at his kid some more. But yeah, I don't know. What I miss in the first hour of the show.
Lots of Purge talk.
Yeah, basically what it's coming down to, I posted a picture up on Twitter and Instagram. I'm not sure if you saw it, but it kind of was spurred on by myself and my wife talking about, putting some money in the bank to catch up on bills. And then Musty put up a video, and then Rambox talked about it in the podcast. And the Purge is real, man. Like my stack of NES games I took a picture of, it's got to be every bit of probably 200 NES games that I'm getting rid of.
Oh, I have to take a look at that list then real quick.
Yeah, no kidding, me too.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, I have a convention coming up in like
yes, I know.
a month, so that's
Yes,
kind of where most of it's going. So if you need something very specific, let me know.
That and maybe hook you up after after the convention or something.
Or,
too,
yeah,
or something
after
like
the
that, so.
not all of it's going to sell at the convention. A lot of it's coming back too, I'm sure.
Mhm.
But it's
they
everything
have,
from Adventure Island 3 to all kinds of other random stuff that I'm just not keeping.
You got a copy of Widget?
I don't actually. My wife wanted to pick that up at the last con we were at too.
Like I picked it up at
Was
the
it
last
you that
convention I was
have,
at.
Ninja Gaiden 3?
I gave it away for free.
Oh, yeah. Who was it that had Ninja Gaiden 3?
Man, oh man.
No, I wanted it. That was on my
This-
wants
Oh,
list.
okay.
But my
heard
stack of
someone mention they had
N64 games is probably, it's got to be every bit of 100 that I'm getting rid of, 100 to 150 of them, and GameCube probably 100 titles or maybe 80 to 100, and it's
Wow.
going to be like that for every system. It's probably 1,000 games at
Man.
least.
Gotten rid of at least that for PS2, at least over time.
I see that Adventure Island 3. I can see it right there.
Yeah, well, it was one of the first things to come off the
Yeah.
shelf, and I
You
haven't.
don't like it? I love Adventure Island 3, but
There's no reason for me to hold it. I don't play it enough.
that's
Not
a
for
shame.
$40. You know.
$40 is a steal price too.
And that's a game that hasn't really moved in price either. So if I want it again, it'll probably be the same in 6 months.
I picked up that game at the Midwest Gaming Classic when I was with Musty. Basically, that was like my number one list game on my list last April or something. I love the Adventure Island series. Master Higgins is great. I'm not a big fan of the Super Nintendo ones, but
I played a lot of Adventure Island 1 as a kid. I'm
Mhm.
just not a tremendous fan of that endless runner kind of deal where he's always in motion.
Mm-hmm. I love
But-
it. Though. I love throwing the little whatever stone
The stone
axes and riding the skateboard with the helmet. I think it's great. It's the bee's knees for me. Yeah.
But there's I didn't actually take a good quality picture. I just kind of wanted to show how big this stack was.
Mm-hmm. I see that. I'm
It's
gonna
kind of hilarious.
You're gonna have to show me what doesn't sell basically because the two consoles I collect for the N64 and the NES. So basically,
N64, you're getting a bite at before it goes to the con.
Yeah.
Because we already talked about that.
Yeah.
Like if you want to complete because you already got Sculptor's Cut, right?
Mhm.
So I probably have everything else you need.
Do you have Carmageddon by chance, or Rocket
Son of a
Rope,
bitch. No, I don't.
or
First
what's called
Rocky Robot on Wheels.
Yeah, I need that one. And
I can get one. I don't have it. I've always avoided it because the price was never right.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never see it at the right price, or I see it like at eBay with like a torn label, like in
It's always
stores.
$25 to $30, and I'm like, I don't want to spend that for this game.
I'll pay $25 if the label's in good condition, but I don't want to pay for it if it's like just completely torn off. Basically, and I always see that too. Same thing was Fighter Destiny 2 a Blockbuster game, or is that
just uncommon because no one liked the first one.
because I always see it with Blockbuster stickers on the front of it. I'm like, really? Is it like I'm starting to become a label snob with these last few games? Unless it's really pricey, then I don't care.
I've got
But,
I've got a bunch of weird ones like Gray Hydro Thunder. I've got
Ooh.
Batman Beyond. I've got Beast Wars Transmetals. I've got a bunch of random weird shit like that.
Okay, put that Hydro Thunder aside. That's that's on the list right there. So
The Gray
Do you
Hydro.
have these
Yeah.
for us, Rocket?
and Blue Hydro if you got it too.
Oh, I
But-
do have Blue Hydro for sure.
Okay, I do. If you want to get rid of them, they're on my list basically. So
Rocket, is Transmetals one you already have or that you need?
which one? The Transformer one?
Yeah.
I got that one.
Okay, how much do you want for this?
The Beast Wars, it's got a Blockbuster label on it. Because, I mean, most of
Where?
them did. It's got the big old Blockbuster sticker wrapping around it.
Depends on where it is.
Well, it's the Blockbuster. It's the label, the whole label Blockbuster sticker that wraps around because it's Transmetals and it was a Blockbuster exclusive.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. That's
That way you
why.
know it's for reals.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it
Toast
was
for
like
Wheels.
one of those ones that covers the label, like blots it out, like one of those stickers they put on the blue.
It
ones.
doesn't flood it out. It's the one that has you can
No,
see the whole
it's like the
Transmetals and then it
intentional-
says property of Blockbuster and it wraps
Yeah,
around
it's
the back of the cart.
intentional
and shit.
label rather than the jackass just happened to slap it right on the
Yeah,
front.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It fits perfectly.
Okay. What
I
did
got
you
a
go for?
lot of weird stuff like that though. A lot of unusual games for N64.
You know what? Here's a couple of sports games I never ever see. I never see All Star Tennis 99 ever anywhere. I don't know if you
I
have
have
that
all
one.
the soccer ones too.
I have the hard to find one, International Soccer.
There's three. There's like three of them. It's International Soccer 64, International Soccer like 99, and then like 2000.
2000 is the hard to find one, and I have that one. I got it the last year's convention, but I don't have the other previous two. And I have the first FIFA, but I don't have the other two FIFAs, even though I see those all a bunch of times.
I think I have a lot. I actually, most of the stuff that was on my shelf and not in the drawers, the pull-out drawers, was all sports stuff. I pulled them off the shelf, and I was like, Jesus Christ, how did I end up with all these sports games?
That's an expensive one, that Beast Wars.
Yeah, it's climbed, definitely.
Yeah.
But I got it cheap, so I mean, if you really need it, I got it cheap. I picked it up at Play and Trade when it was still like $10. So,
is it because you're a fan of the Transformers and you want it for that?
Yeah,
reason?
I'm big into Transformers. I've got the Beast Wars game on PlayStation. I actually enjoyed that as a kid somehow. It's just one of those games that I've never seen really, and I'd like to have it, even if just to have it. It depends on how much you want for it.
The biggest
shipping
problem
would probably
is shipping,
be a bitch, even for a single card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have Pokemon Stadium 2 by chance?
Yeah.
That's high on my list too. I don't know if you're willing to port that one.
No chips or anything. It's actually in good shape.
Excellent.
Because that's one of the carts where the gold ones where the plastic was just crap and they chipped and broke.
That's like I was gonna say, if I'm looking at what's called Portland, those are like what's called Rocket Robot on Wheels, and in Pokemon Stadium 2 are like two on my top of my list right there. Well,
what weekend is Portland?
The 22nd of October.
Okay, so the week before my convention.
Yeah.
So
I think it's like 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. I want to say. I think is Portland. So
I'll give you if you want Pokemon Stadium 2, I'll give you if you cover the shipping. I'll give you Stadium 2 for well below price charting.
That's not a problem, because what's called shipping in the States is not nearly, unless you're shipping it like overnight. You can first class this one. You can
stamp that.
What's up?
You should be able to just toss that in with a stamp. Although then you don't get tracking.
I'll bubble mail it. First class. It'll take like 5 days.
But yeah, what's called first class will be what's called 2 to 5 days, basically. Yeah.
So whatever it's listed at price charting, knock off a couple bucks, and that's what I'll do with the shipping kind of deal.
Groovy. No, like what's called Canada is a complete nightmare.
Oh yeah.
It's like you can't believe how much it costs to ship to Canada from the
States. I got a modded Genesis Model 1 from Yoshi. Ouch.
I'm not surprised. And even in the States though, anything that's bigger than a pound is expensive to ship now.
Well, I mostly just do USPS because it's the cheapest. I used to have one company that was pretty relaxed I worked for that for UPS, they got an amazing discount. So like you could ship through them and like you would pay pennies for it, but then like they kind of like stiffened up or like, oh, we don't want it to get messed up. It messes up with our accounting or something like that. And so that kind of really, sucked because it was cheaper than even USPS, where you would really just be paying like $1 or $2 for a 10-pound like package to ship or something somewhere, But even like shipping in the States is pennies compared to shipping to Canada. So
I'm jealous of your Barry Game Exchange there, Hodge.
Thank you.
Between that and Waterloo, I'm jealous because we have all these conventions, but they're conventions. They're not swaps.
Yeah, we're strictly my event and that event. It's all video games. I mean, there are some vendors that sell other stuff, but I mean, it's like 90-95% video game.
I enjoy the hunt and I enjoy finding deals. So like the last convention I went to, I must have spent maybe 8 minutes in the arcade room and the rest of it was just spent hunting deals.
Yeah. I know that feeling. It's like, I'll do the loops where I take a break and I'll go hit up the arcade or something like that because, you want to catch a breather. Maybe sometimes like some new stuff comes out or something gets traded and that gets put on the table,
Yep.
Well, there's the mascot.
Yep.
That actually, if we didn't have so many conventions in my area, like I've got this one coming up in October is about 30 minutes for me. Too Many Games is an hour for me in the summer. And then AVGC just passed, which my video was from. That's in an hour north of me. I would do a swap myself. I would very much love to put on a swap like that, but I think there's just too much. There's too much saturation already here.
Yeah.
See, to me, it seems like in Milwaukee, it'd be fine because there's only one convention every year. And if it was, it's pretty big, but like, I imagine like there's a couple like Legion halls here that are big enough where I think you could just get just do a vendor hall basically.
Yeah.
And I know there's a whole bunch of resellers around here. I know there's like, I see them sometimes at Goodwill that they're hunting basically,
National Guard armories are usually big enough for the same kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. Where I know they just rent them out if anyone want to throw a haul. Like, 'cause I remember when I was in high school, like playing in bands, basically people would just rent out like the Legion Hall and then charge $5-10 at the door to see a bunch of like punk and metal bands basically play.
Yep.
So I know the drill basically how to do it. I just never done it,
Hell, get it going. You could be a fat cat like Hodge over there raking in the dough on the video game swap.
Now the hard part is we got to find a new location.
Look for Legion halls.
Legion Hall's too small.
Yeah, there's nothing that's as big as what we were at our last event. I'm trying to get in touch with some high schools to see about their gyms because that's what my best bet right now is maybe a high school.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. I was trying to get the mute button. I couldn't get it.
I just can't do it.
Do you have any? You're in Canada. You got to have ice rinks close to you, don't you?
Well, yeah. So that was another option. There is a rink that would be perfect size. The only problem with that is if we do it twice a year and we go in August for our second show, there's no AC in there, so it would be just way too hot.
And then in December there's ice, so the games would be too cold, right?
Yeah.
You'd be slipping around and everything.
It'd be really easy to catch people slipping there.
Yeah. we could do it at a hockey rink in March for sure when we do that one in March because the ice is still out then at the one. But
do you have any indoor sports arenas? We have a couple of them by me where it's like it's mostly for kids, but it's for indoor soccer, for indoor football.
There is a indoor, like it's a big bubble dome that does soccer indoor. There is one, but there's no parking. There's not enough parking.
We call that
something.
We don't call it what do you call that sport there in New Jersey?
Football. Soccer and football.
We call that grass hockey.
Grass hockey. We have field hockey. We have field hockey here.
Yeah. Why do you call it the Canadian Football League up there? Why do you have that? It's not called grass hockey.
The Alouettes.
Footy.
Hey, Paul, when are you going to bring another Leftover Bits episode coming up?
I don't know. Do people really want to listen to me and Enzi? Yeah, we got the Shelfcast. I actually have an episode of that recorded. I just never edited it. Been really busy this summer.
I know, but you and Enzi do a good job. I mean, probably honestly, my favorite one was that one where you guys Enzi was in Minnesota and you're having him patrol and go down and try to get a beer and everything.
Oh, that's good. Cool.
That was like my favorite one.
I like that idea. It's been something we've been trying to get to happen.
Or when you called the pizza place,
Yeah, that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like the random parts of stuff. It was tough to be consistent too because Enzi's school schedule would always be the opposite of my schedule. So he never wanted to do it during the week. I wanted to do it, during the night, during the week, and he would always want to do it on the weekend or something when he wasn't studying or trying to cram a paper in. So we kind of just have opposite schedules, and then this summer he was working and at his parents' place, so the internet's not very good, and so I don't know. I'd like to do it. I don't know, and then I've kind of just been in a slump with having the new baby and things, and just kind of you just kind of get in a funk there, and you don't really feel very motivated to do much of anything. But I'd like to get back into it in the fall now that things are a little more regular. There's lots of things I'd like to have time for, but
don't we all?
When you try to be good with your responsibilities and and finances and just your time. It's you know, the day goes by pretty quick, and pretty soon you're like, I'm pretty tired. I could either watch some TV and relax or try to put in more work to do some other stuff. So I get jealous of all these people that, you know, either dual income, no kids, so they have all the time in the world to do stuff, or you know, people that maybe have kids that are a bit older, so they're kind of just getting back into stuff. And for me, it's kind of, I'm in the thick of trying to sustain people's lives and the least creative time in my life right now. So, you know, it's a balance, but I'd like to, the intention is there to get back into it, but I can't, it's hard to make any promises.
Are you ever going to have a guest on Leftover Bits?
Yeah, I think so. I think we should probably start having some guests. That would kind of motivate us to get started on another episode. I think the creativity episodes are kind of little. It's a lot of work to do and a lot of time commitment. So might end up having. I didn't want to default to guests because, you know, who can you have on and that you haven't heard on other podcasts, and it's tough to try to be unique but also bring in people that people want to hear. So at least with the shelf cast, like I got to take advantage of at least another person that said that they would be on, and so I've already had a good guest come on for the second episode, recorded it, just never edited it yet. So that's a pretty special person that actually said yes. I was pretty surprised. And then the third person, or the second person for episode 3, would be another recognizable person from YouTube. So, well, and then I might do like a combination, or like a maybe not necessarily Cartridge Club, but kind of like 2 or 3 different people with their own private collections. So it's tough to do a shelf cast and you always just talk about, well, I put up these IKEA shelves and they look nice. So, you know, and
this is a 4x6 shelf here.
Yeah, it's, you know, so I don't want to downplay people's shelf collection, but I'd like to get a perspective on, you know, I guess I would call it like the growing collection, you know, where somebody's always moving around shelves or just kind of figuring out their display, you know, what their long-term goals are for that. So I think that could be kind of interesting. But the people that
like a guy right here, man. I custom made my shelves. There's no IKEA shelf.
So I like to, so the people that I've had lined up so far are pretty well situated people as far as being known for the size of their collection as well as their display and stuff on YouTube. So, you know, people that have quite a few thousand
James Rolfe,
if not 100,000 views on their room tours and things like that. So, but yeah, I'd still like to do a local or a more people that I'm actually, you know, familiar with in conversation. Like to have an episode like that. So. But it's that's why I only wanted to do it every 2 months or 3 months, and even then I've dropped the ball on editing that episode. I should really edit that. I was waiting for another Leftover Bits episode so that I could kind of stagger it, so I wouldn't just have shelf cast episodes on there. But that didn't work out either. So yeah, I'll make something work. Probably this fall I'll put out that other episode, and then maybe me and Enzi can do another Leftover Bits episode. What are the Blue Jays doing?
Oh, home run!
Home run?
Yeah.
It's like a home
run shot, Martin. 2-2.
Nice.
Has anyone played Recore at all by chance? I don't mean to change the subject, but I just keep seeing like posts about it, but I haven't heard anyone say anything about that game.
As long as you keep it away from the sports talk, I'm good.
Musty, have you heard anything?
I saw
You're a big X-Bone guy.
Dreamcast guy did a review.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
You don't have interest in it?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I don't have much time right now. I think that's the big thing. Like, you know, I want to play Chrono Trigger, and I want to play, I want to go through Link to the Past again, and so committing money to that, and when I could wait 3 months, and if it is reviewing poorly, like I've heard.
Really? Oh man.
I've heard mixed things. Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed things that it's repetitive, which is ironic because every single one of these video games is repetitive. Like it's kind of a requirement that you do something and then you do it again and again and again and again.
Like Bloodborne.
Sure, I mean it all is,
Especially Bloodborne.
Especially. Okay.
Yeah,
I've had that.
All you're doing is dying over and over again. And,
That's right. You just die and die again.
And then you die again. And then you get slightly farther, and then you die again.
I find Bloodborne's pretty boring to watch people on Twitch play. I'm like, what are we doing?
Bloodborne.
Doesn't help that every
If you get
10 seconds.
If you get the right people,
People are actually good at it.
I won't put their name out there too much, but I mean, the Game Grumps did a playthrough of that and Dark Souls 3, and it was fun to listen to because they're
their commentary's better than the gameplay's kind of just there in the background. They could talk about whatever, or they could play whatever, but
that's the thing is your Let's Players on that either are screamers or or they or they clam up and they don't say anything because they're so focused.
By the way, I think Game Grumps' name is already kind of out there.
Yeah, I mean, but you can watch an episode and not watch a thing about what's happening and just listen to it. It's basically a podcast with a video game going on in the background.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Game Tech USA. He's always got gameplay going on, but he never even talks about it. It's almost like, do you even play the game, or do you just get other people's footage and say, hey, can I put my commentary over this? So, his is basically like video game footage so that he can just talk about, HDMI mods or his latest rant or something. I kind of stopped watching his videos. Just got angry when I watched them.
I've run out of podcasts to listen to.
Yeah, me too.
Like for real, I've listened to all kinds of podcasts. There's probably 7 or 8 of them that I keep in my normal rotation, and I'm caught up on everything.
Well, I'm so behind on podcasts this summer.
I wish I was caught up on podcasts. I listen to way too many of them. I don't even have anything going on, and I'm behind.
I need more.
I think I'm 15 behind on STC. I'm probably 8 behind on Retro Fandango. I mean, he's getting to the point where I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'll listen to some of the latest one that just came out because I can't go backwards, 3 hours at a time.
Plus the news throws you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've caught up on all the Cartridge Clubs all the way since episode 1, and I've listened to all the Media Mavens. I've listened to all the STC Pods. I've listened to Collector's Quest. I've listened to Narc and Bonus Barrel. I've run out of stuff.
Saunders. Sorry.
Who?
Saunders, 2-run shot. They've got the pitcher figured out.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
It's 4-2 now.
Nice. You've been watching the World Cup of Hockey at all?
Yeah, I had the game on tonight. It was good.
Canada won?
Yeah.
I'm cheering for North America more than anything. They're kind of fun to watch.
I wasn't really into it, but now that they've started playing, I am.
So. Yeah, I'm usually not. I'm in Olympics and stuff. I'm like, whatever. I might watch one of the games, but for some reason, I've been pretty hockey hungry this summer. So
yeah,
and it's kind of saved me from depression when the Blue Jays weren't doing very well. I needed a transition so that I couldn't just go from Blue Jays dropping their season to nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a long tournament. It goes into October.
Well, yeah,
Blue
most
Jays
teams
back
have
in the
them.
playoff mode.
It's getting to be like
That's the closest race to this year.
yeah.
Cubs won.
Yeah, how about that weekend series against the Brewers? Why don't you tell me? Why don't we talk about that for a minute? Should have been a 4-game sweep.
Back
But
to Record for a second. Jesus.
I was going to ask if everyone was excited about November's game of the month.
Oh,
I'll be
interesting.
brutally honest. The answer is no. And it really stems that I did not like that game as a kid.
Really?
So, oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're talking to the number one N64 guy here who hates PlayStation 1. So I remember being in lines at kiosks to play N64, and I hop over to the Parappa the Rappa kiosk, and I just did not like it. I really didn't like it. And, I'm gonna play it. I will give it a second chance. I've been more accepting of the PlayStation 1 as the older I get. But I will not seek out to pay $50 for that game. I will emulate it, and it's really
Is that the
not
game of the month?
yeah.
I will the rapper.
Yeah,
Yep, for November.
I will. What's it called? Emulate it or put it on my Xbox, my original Xbox that's modded because coin ops. I'll put it on there.
That game has.
Get it on PSP.
Yeah, if you have
It's
a
not.
PS4.
It's not on PSN though.
PlayStation Classics. It's not.
No.
Oh,
The timing on that game is atrocious.
Why is that? Did you just
Parappa the Rapper? No, it's just because it's not like every other rhythm game that came after it. It was so early on in the rhythm game genre that the timing on it is really bad. And so you need to be so extremely precise, and it has a slight delay so that when stuff drops down for you to hit it, you have to wait till it's fully in frame for you to actually hit the command as opposed to hitting it as it comes into frame.
it's basically like if the calibration is off in a current.
Pretty much.
Right?
Like on Amplitude.
Drives me nuts.
Guitar Hero.
Like if you were playing DDR for PlayStation 1 on your HD TV and you had that delay, that slight lag, Parappa the Rappa is built with it.
I've heard too the PSP version isn't that good either. Now, granted, I don't own a PSP, but I was really disappointed that it was selected when it's not even available digitally.
Yeah,
on
the PSP version is a direct port, so it has the same slight lag timing issue.
Well, I mean, I
Parappa
think
the Rapper
It's
2
just as crappy as the original port.
The second one's great though.
Jammer Lammy.
No, Parappa the Rapper 2.
Oh, the one on the PS2, yeah.
Jammer Lammy's a little bit different.
Like I said, I will give it an honest shot, but I was really disappointed when it was that game that was selected. So,
Well, I think they got their special guest, and their special guest they usually give input on.
Yeah.
And he really likes Parappa the Rappa.
I think so.
Curtis already did a review on it, so I don't know why he chose that game for the game of the month. He's not that special.
That's a short game to play for the game of the month too. Everybody will be done in about 3 hours.
I mean, that's good. I mean, that's really good because I don't know. I am kind of struggling right now where it's just I'm not having the greatest of time with Beyond Good and Evil right now. Some people really enjoy it. I'm not having the most fun with it. Maybe I was really overhyped with that game. I'm trying to save what I'm going to say for the forums because I'm almost done. What's up?
There's a lot of hype behind that game.
Yeah, I mean, people really, really love that game, and one of my favorite things is someone was trying to tell me, and I kind of hear it with the bros when they talk about it. They're saying or they're talking. My buddy was trying to tell me the other day, he's like, that game. From what I hear, that the game has a pretty good story, but the controls are kind of wonky. And I said to him, what story? Because I don't think there's much story to this game to begin with. And then controlling this hoverboard is atrocious. It's.
Oh yeah, that's the problem I had with it when I was playing.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not finished yet. I'm trying to save all my complaints for when I'm finished because the thing about the game is the combat's great, and I wanted more of that. I want more of that because it's fun. But the thing is, then you got all this. I hate when, especially with the controls of that hoverboat being at the bits, and then you have to do races because you need the pearls to advance. To go for, you can't go unless your boat can jump. So I can't get to boat unless I have 30 pearls. So now I have to hunt down all these pearls. And one way to get pearls is doing the races. And I don't want to do races. It was just like remind me of Grand Theft Auto 3 or 4 that like in order to do the next mission I have to do a race. And I hate doing that, especially when the controls are not that good, But I don't know. That's just me going on a rant here. So it's been building up because I'm just like, I made a post, basically a little small post, because I was just like, everyone's like, I love this. This is great. This is love things. And I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna be the one here who's different because I'm not enjoying this game right now. So.
Yeah, this is a kind of, I've only played maybe the first hour of the game at most, but I didn't hate it. I just haven't been really motivated to go back to it. Is with the first hoverboat section. When you fight that boss, it's like they spend all this time introducing you to the picture mechanic. And it's take a picture of each new creature you find. And then the boss pops out of the water, and you're trying to figure out how the hell to control this boat. And you're like, okay, I got to take a picture of the boss.
Well, then you need to get those pictures so you can get the pearls. And that's you advance the story.
It was literally impossible to get a picture of that boss because it moved so fast. And the hoverboat is so crappy.
You out of here, Haji?
No, 5-2 now. I just didn't want.
I thought you were doing a piece. Like, I go, homies.
No. Yeah, I'm just about to start the races, so I haven't done. I mean, the hoverboat hasn't bothered me too much, but I do agree with that part. I don't like the fact that I'm going to have to do the races to continue the game. Like, I had enough pearls to get the jump, so I can jump now, but I have a feeling I'm going to get to a point in the game where I'm going to be short pearls and I'm going to have to do some backtracking or try to figure out, okay, where did I miss
hunting down some pictures or something.
Yeah.
Because the last one, I from what I've read, I had to use a guide because like I got lost and then I was just like, screw it, I want to see how much further I have to go. I'm like, oh, this game isn't really that long. Okay, that's cool. But the last one is from what I read, is the mission is like the moon. Yeah. And you need the last upgrade to get further, and that's 30 pearls. And I'm like, right now, like I have I think 4 pearls right now, and I'm in the slaughterhouse, and I'm almost done with the slaughterhouse. So that means I'm like already dreading how many pearls I'm gonna have to, hunt down to get.
I swear it shows you need 100 pearls for the rocket mod.
I think it's 80. I think it comes out to like 80, maybe.
Is it 80? Okay, it's either 80 or 100.
There are I think there are 100, but. There's an achievement for getting 88 of them on the
arcade and
on the 360 one. Yeah,
because you needed 15 to buy the jump kit. So now I have none.
30 for the last one.
So
yeah, I mean I found so far. I mean things have timed out well, but I've done I played the table air hockey game, until I got the pro. But there was that one point where they basically just hand 5 of them to you, right? So I mean, I've got to assume there's at least one more of those.
That's what I'm thinking. After I finish the slaughterhouse, that you would get one of those again.
They're like, here's everyone donating to the cause, and it's like, cool.
Yeah, like I got 3 or something like in the Iris or something. Yeah, like she's like, here, people donate. I'm like, all right, great, because now I can go get the.
You only got 3?
I think maybe only 3.
No, 5. You would have got 5.
Was it 5?
Unless it's
maybe I think it was only 3 though. Maybe it's like a ration where you're at or something like that. Maybe I wonder if I can go back and get more. Or something like that.
I'm thinking they've got to hand a bunch to you. I mean, you could look through them and see because do they say what the pearls are from, or they're just grayed out if you don't have them yet?
Well, I have the pearl detector now, so it shows you on the if in general area if there's anything near you. If you go to the map, and it'll show you where doesn't tell you. Some of the cases it won't tell you how to get it or but I forgot there's supposed to be a whole bunch of this one area where you have to do all these. I'm guessing more side missions or combat missions to get a bunch of them. But
that's one thing I would like is a mini map.
I mean, I don't know. It's I don't know. I just dread something where it's like I rather side quests like in the Zelda game are great because like you don't need them to beat the game. They're just there for you to do more things. Like if you want to make yourself stronger by getting a heart piece by doing the arrow competition, here you go. You don't need it to, but this one seems like you need to in order to progress the story, and that's the thing that bothers me more.
Yeah.
So, but whatever. I mean, I'm close to beating it, so I want to beat it by the end of the month. Because I know I'll walk through Dead Space. I've beat Dead Space before. I'm not dreading Dead Space at all. But this one, I'm just like, I just kind of want to get through it, just to get through it. Because I hate having a game that's so close to being the end and not being finished.
Is it worse than this?
I actually enjoyed God Hand.
I know you do.
That's the joke.
Yeah. Buried on Mars, on the hand, does not like hard games.
So do you guys want to see a few more pickups?
If you got them.
All right. I mean, this is in my video, so I don't know if you already saw this stuff, but I'll go through it quick. Twilight Princess. I think it was $5.
Mm-hmm.
That one. I'm gonna resell that at Waterloo.
That's a good one.
Let's go Blue Jays. I already have it on the original Xbox, so I don't really need it. And this one does not have a manual, unfortunately, but still pretty cool. I didn't have it.
Someone won it.
Well, I want it because it's going in my collection. Mm-hmm. And then this one, which is like a shmup.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's a pretty cheap title, actually, but it's supposed to be pretty good quality.
Missed advertisement on that cover.
Yeah, I think that's probably what keeps it down.
Save!
And then box game Spy Kids 3D.
Oh crap! I can't unmute him.
Can you
Look at that monkey dancing around there.
Nice.
Derek, you know what to do. Okay, show's over. Back to play.
And then Tie 2 on the GBA box.
Stage.
Yeah, I know, really. But this actually looks kind of interesting because it's kind of like that Donkey Kong Country sort of thing to it, where he's like that digitized, whatever you call it. So I don't know if it's good or what, but definitely worth it for like $5. And then this one here, which is Advanced Guardian Heroes. That's pretty cool. It's like a beat 'em up kind of thing.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So, and this is the cool thing about this one is it's probably the best box of the three of them.
That game on Saturn's fantastic, and it's good on GBA too.
And then a Logitech wireless thing with a receiver for the original Xbox. Which
I have
one of those.
I got 2 of those on PlayStation 2. Great controllers.
Yeah.
I've got one of those.
Pretty pumped about that. And then this I just got. This was not in the pickup video, but I got this today. And Musty's gonna laugh.
Yes.
Does anybody have an extra set of pedals?
I know a guy's got another set up top right there with no pedals.
You gotta do the boombox with the steel
I have
battalion.
a question about this, and Musty would know the answer because he actually owns one. Are both the joysticks supposed to go back to center?
One of them only goes left and right, I think.
This one goes like roundabout.
Yes.
It's like stiff though, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's supposed to be a cover here, right?
Correct.
This person must have ejected a lot because they took the cover off.
Yeah.
But
those are the blue buttons. That's the version that came out with Line of Contact, I think, which was the second game.
Is that the variant that's like more rare or something?
I don't know if one's more. I mean, there were only like 40,000 of those controllers made.
Yeah.
In total, so
I want one so bad.
Well, I don't even know what I'm gonna do if I have no pedals. Does this look right though? Is this like all legit? Is there anything missing from it other than the pedals?
Yep. No, that's totally legit.
And that would plug into a
breakaway cable.
The breakaway cable.
Yep.
Okay, so it's just missing the brake, making it a lot easier to replace.
Yep. And then there's a little
Yeah.
plug on the back of that centerpiece where you put the where the pedals would go into.
Yeah, right there. Pretty cool though.
I forgot a pickup.
Okay.
I totally
Change
forgot something.
presentation.
I totally forgot something because I did get a second set of pedals. So now I have 2 complete ones.
Cool.
Or two full sets. So
Is that the same set of pedals that came with the racing wheel?
no, these are. I mean, these are PRF Army. Like
Okay.
they are special for this. I don't know if you could take a standard like 3 pedal setup and splice it with this kind of port and get it to work. But I mean, these are real sturdy.
Yeah.
The feedback on it's pretty solid.
How'd you find just a set of random pedals?
eBay.
There's a lot of
eBay.
places you can find it.
Yeah, the guy had it listed, and I was just checking it every day, and I looked and I saw it. I'm like, okay, he's got or best offer. So I went in at the price. I went in like 20 under the price I wanted. I don't know what he had set up, but it basically auto refused the offer. So I don't know if you can set if the offer's below this dollar.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that happened. I bumped it up $5. Happened again. I bumped it up $5 again, and it happened again. I was like, well, I'm gonna message the guy because I looked at his other items and he wasn't a video game seller. So I don't know how he came across them, but he basically. I told him I'm like I have a need for these. I feel like your price is a little high, especially based off of what like he had $28 down for shipping, which I guess if you were gonna UPS it or something, they're hefty, but I think you probably could get it in a box and get it for under 20. But I ended up coming up with a price that, considering the fact that the other one I got for the cost of shipping it to me, which was like $12, I definitely came out a winner on that. But yeah, so now I've got that one, and now I have a second one.
All right, Troy, you
Totally
done?
forgot about that, so thank you for the reminder, because I was like, wow, it's been a pretty light day.
Can you do 2?
You can do System Link with the second game, Line of Contact.
Mhm.
That was the one. It was either System Link or online only, so it was meant for like arena type battling. But I think you could System Link 4 of them if you had 4 of them.
Be so cool.
It's not going to happen.
LAN party with Steel Battalion.
You're still muted, Paul.
I can't hear you with the headphones off.
But yeah, no, that's crazy. You found one that didn't have pedals.
Yeah.
I mean, they're out there. Like I've seen.
I wonder if it's the most common thing too. Is like the missing pedals.
It's
That's
so
why you
strange.
can't find pedals, Troy, because Musty buys all of them.
Part of the purchase was just like, I can't believe this thing has no pedals, and I scoured the store too looking for them, and there's
Yeah.
there's
Well,
none.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna check. I'm gonna check there again tomorrow and see if maybe it'll come out.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, since it's not, they're not fused together, it'd be pretty easy to separate them. But yeah, like it has no other purpose. So you couldn't just take these and use these for a racing game. Like it is specialized for Steel Battalion.
The complete set and box is like $300 now.
That box is awesome looking though.
Yeah, and then the controller with game looks like it's around 180 to 250 ish. That jumped up a lot. It used to be $100 flat across the board for controller and game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is if you look at like the rarity lists for Xbox, it's the top thing.
Yeah,
so I think that'll. I don't know if it'll keep going up, but as long as people can keep reuniting controller with pedals.
I should have bought the one my game store had. They had one for like 110, and I was like, I don't know. Should have grabbed it. Damn it.
Paul, I jokingly muted you, and I wasn't able to unmute you, so if you want to talk, unmute.
Nope.
He doesn't want to talk.
Okay.
What?
Anyway, sorry about
Oh my
that.
gosh. What a rally. And there's only one out.
I didn't know I was unable to unmute you.
Hey, Hodge, you still watching this?
Oh yeah, I got it on.
Okay, I feel like you're going to get into sports talk now, and a friend who barely gets any time off is online wanting me to play Destiny, so I'm going to go.
You see, the one sports team has to get more sports team points than the other sports team. And then that sports team is the best sports team. Oh, he just left.
Can't hear me.
So let's talk about Recore.
Okay. Well, we're gonna talk about Parappa the Rapper because you wanted to ask. I want to know what you think, Musty.
I don't know. I mean, I like rhythm games, but I kind of got raised. I was raised on frequency and amplitude, so those were kind of my bread and butter. I mean, there's definitely a huge nostalgia piece to Parappa, just because they were making him a mascot, right? I mean, that was their entire goal with that. And he's in isn't he in their version of Smash?
All-Stars, yeah.
Yeah. So I
heard there's rumors that there was like leaked footage of Parappa the Rapper 3 coming out for the PS4 too, or something like that. So
Really?
Mm-hmm. There's like leaked footage that got leaked out or something. Because I was looking into this as soon as it was announced yesterday. Because I was just like, all right, well, how much is this going to cost me? And then I was like, $50. And I was like,
what are you
no.
looking at for 50?
Just eBay. I was just like eBay in it.
Oh, this price charting says 43.
That's within $6, you know.
But you know what? I
Because
think
43 is tremendously different than 50.
I think that's come down in price too.
Yeah, usually it's like $30 complete.
I think it used to be like closer to 60, between 60 and 80, and I think it's dropped.
Well, you're talking Canadian prices.
Well, that's true as well. Yeah.
American prices, it was always right around $30.
Mm-hmm. I remember seeing that game and just for like the longest time being like $10, if that less than that too. And now I was like, okay, let's see what's going for. I'm like, oh man, like I didn't like that game, and you know, what I'm saying like for me that's a tough pill to swallow for that price of a game, you know.
The second one's like $10, and that's a better game.
Yeah, for the PS2.
Yep.
I mean, I see it. I didn't even personally know because that's how much I hated it that I wouldn't even know you
Never
nuts.
find that one.
But I don't know. I'll give it a shot, but I'm going to emulate it. And I'm really disappointed that it's not on the PlayStation Network, personally.
You can get Jammer Lammy for $5. That game's cheap as hell.
But that's not the game of the month.
No. I'm actually kind of curious how emulation's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to be all that good. With rhythm games and having to be precise timing, I can't imagine emulation is even remotely close to right.
It's only one way to find out.
That's
and it's
true.
free.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I mean, if I'm looking at it, trying to just probably transfer it to my Xbox that's modded, because it plays PlayStation 1 games modded on there pretty well. And I can use my PS2 adapter to use like a PlayStation controller, so it'll be just very similar to playing it like I would on PS1. But if it doesn't work, I know you can use the PS4 controller on your PC. So the mods should be easier to do. I mean, not mods, the emulation should be easier to do. I know there's a PS3 driver also for computers. So I will have at least like a PlayStation controller to make it similar to playing on PS1. I'm just not gonna be playing on PS1. So unless I find it for $1 at a Goodwill, you know, in the CD racks, which can happen. But
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we haven't had a music game yet, right?
No, and I've been asking for variety, and this is a rhythm game. So, like, as opposed to just platformer or RPG, which seems to be just like the staple for the Cartridge Club. I've been asking, hey, let's mix it up. Let's try something different. I want a fighting game. I want to race.
Soul Calibur 2.
Soul Calibur 2?
Yeah.
Really?
Because it's on all three of that generation systems. It's on I think it's on both PS3 and 360 like marketplaces.
Mm-hmm. I would.
Is there a way to like complete Soul Calibur 2? I mean, I guess you could play through all the storylines.
There's the Weapon Master mode. So you basically play, you unlock weapons, and there's a story that progresses. The story is very. You can skip past it. There's really not a whole lot to it, but as you progress, you go through different sort of. It's almost like challenge mode, and then you unlock more weapons, and so you can play through it multiple times with different characters if you want, and then those weapons can then be available in single player or multiplayer.
Who is is it Vader for the Xbox version? Or
it's Spawn 4. It's
Spawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's Link on the GameCube and the Tekken guy, right?
Heihachi.
Yeah, Heihachi and what PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
PS2, yeah.
And then Dreamcast had no one.
Yes.
Because it was the superior version.
I thought it was just. Did they have Soul Calibur 2 for the Dreamcast, or was it just Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast?
No, Soul Calibur 2 came out on Dreamcast.
Okay. Because I remember the first one. I had the first one for Dreamcast. I didn't have the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that Soul Blade?
No, Soul Blade was PS1.
Okay.
See, like, the only reason I was like suggesting, I guess I'm be fine with Soul Calibur 2. I have that game, but like Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat because
Street Fighter 2 would be a good one too.
Because you can say like, what was your favorite tune from Street Fighter? Like what was? It's got a story, and eventually, like if you can beat it without losing a match, you fight a Akuma, as opposed to fighting M. Bison in the final match. And like. You talk about the crappy movie comparison too.
I was going to say you could bring the movie up too.
Yeah, you can bring about like just suggest what was your favorite fighter if you tried out the variety of fighters. What was your favorite stage music? Like Guile's theme or something. Or I don't know. There's things you could do. The same thing with Mortal Kombat. You can bring out the two movies. The great song from the movie. What was your favorite fighter? No, I don't know. That was just something I suggest basically. But Soul Calibur 2 would be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that's difficult about a fighting game is those thrive so much on couch co-op scenarios, and that's not exactly feasible.
I've enjoyed my time like playing the game. Like I've also come to like not many of my friends like enjoy fighting games, but so I've had the majority of my fun playing like Mortal Kombat on the Genesis when I was younger. Like I can get with that. Just playing against the computer. I still love Mortal Kombat 3 Ultimate. I love that roster.
I think Star Wars Rogue Squadron or Crimson Skies would be a good one.
Crimson Skies would be awesome.
I love that game.
That's on my backlog of the game I want to play.
Or Rogue Leader. Any of those kind of games like that would be great.
And that'd be different too. That's the difference. See, that's what I want, a little bit more variety, and that's the thing. It's like,
and that has a full story that you can start to finish.
Variety.
I will give Parappa the Rapper. I'm just not going to pay for Parappa the Rapper, unless it's like on the PSN and it goes on sale. But I'm not going to pay $50 for a game I didn't enjoy when I was younger.
How much is that thing worth?
I'm going to say. Musty says 43. I've been looking on eBay.
When I checked it,
and I was seeing for about 50 on eBay, but that's also price trading goes for what it's sold. I was just looking at what the current sellers were, posting on there, Yeah.
Well, and that factors in auctions too, which I mean, there's like 3 or 4 auctions going right now that are in the 20s, but they have a day left.
Mm-hmm.
We all know how that plays out. Plus shipping.
So it's like I will give it a shot. Like it's just burned me. It's kind of what I did it for Crash, because I was like, all right, Crash, how expensive is going to be Crash being? And then I saw Crash 1 was like a $40 game, and I was like, Jesus. And then Crash 2 was the game, and even Crash 2, even the Green Label was kind of a little pricey. So like it was 18? Like I thought it was going for a little bit in the 20s. So that's why I was just like, well, they're on my modded Xbox. I'm gonna play them on the modded Xbox. So that's how I went with the Crash series.
Mm-hmm.
What you got there? Crimson Skies, the book.
Yep,
The novelization.
it's fantastic. It's a series of short stories.
Nice.
It's got 3 short stories in it, and it's really good.
Yeah, I've been meaning to play that game.
The
for a while.
official tie-in to the thrilling Xbox game. I found it at Goodwill for 50 cents,
That's awesome.
and it was really good.
That'd be another more fun one to play. Like you said, those are good suggestions right there too.
And they're
Yeah,
cheap.
something a little bit different. It's got a story mode you could play start to finish, and it
Mhm.
appeals to a lot of people. It's nothing too crazy awkward.
For a second, I thought when he mentioned Cake, though, I thought we were going to get Portal. I'm like, great. This has been on my backlog for a while. I've been really meaning to play Portal for a while, and then no, I was like, oh, I think that was the biggest like kick in the nuts then too. When it was like for Rapper the Rapper, I was like, oh, great, it's gonna be Portal because he hinted Cake or something like that on Twitter. I'm like, oh man, I've been waiting to play this forever, and then whatever. Maybe I'll play Portal in November.
A mech game would be kind of cool too. We haven't had any mech games, right?
Not that I know of.
There's tons of mech games out there.
Metal Storm.
Metal. There you go.
Yeah. Or even
Go
just
with,
Mech Warrior 2.
You could get all the Armored Core games. Those are from Software, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got those. You've got Chrome Hounds,
Zone of Enders.
Zone of Enders,
The Mech Warrior series.
Mech Warrior series. Yeah. There's Mech Assault,
Battletech.
Mech Assault 2.
That'd be another thing that's something different. Kind of car sim almost with shooting things at the same time in a big robot.
Well, yeah, because I mean, like, when I wasn't part of the club when Burnout 3 happened, but it sounds like that was kind of
it was different
like,
and it was a hit. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a cheap game. It was affordable for most people. Basically,
Yep.
It was on multiple platforms and it was fun. It was a racing game.
Twisted Metal 2.
Twisted Metal. See, if you're gonna say Twisted Metal, give me Twisted Metal Black. Give me
Oh,
Twisted
Twisted
Metal
Metal
Black.
2 is the best
you
Twisted
gotta
Metal.
go PS2. The PS1s don't play well anymore.
Oh,
Mhm.
Twisted Metal 2 is
I
the
agree
best.
with Hachi on that one. Black was like, in my opinion, that I still like. Maybe it's nostalgia for Black, but like Black was like with the story and everything too. Well, that was dark. That game was great.
The one on the PS3 is actually really fun too.
I didn't care for that one, and it really is. And really, I think that's because there's only a couple like people that you can play with, unless you're playing the battle mode. But for the story mode, there's only like I think 3. I want to say
Yeah, something
play
like
the
that,
characters. So I think I was just taken back because I really enjoyed Black a lot, and I would think like whatever the next one would be the next step, and
Yeah.
I
Or
was
one of the games in the Katamari series would be great.
Katamari would be
Yeah.
awesome.
That would be really good.
Any of them, they're all good.
And you could totally do a beat my score type thing with the levels and.
Yep.
now explain to me what is a Katamari because I'm
It's,
not
it's
familiar
never
with it.
played Katamari?
It's a twin
Never.
stick game, so you use both analog sticks unless you're playing the shitty PSP version. And basically, you are a little guy pushing a ball, and the ball starts out small, and it's sticky, and it picks up things that are of like size, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until you're picking up. You start with picking up paper clips and pencils and erasers to the point where you're picking up tennis balls and baseball bats and people and cars and fences and houses and buildings and continents and the world.
Bandai Namco.
Yeah.
So okay, how many?
Very
is it-
Japanese, very quirky, great music.
There's 2 on the PS. There's 2 different games on the PS2. There's one on the 360.
One on the
there's-
PS3.
There's the PS4 one that just came out, has like levels from all the previous ones.
There's one on PS4?
I think it's PS4. It's Katamari
Yeah.
Forever.
No, that's
Yeah.
PS3.
That's
PS3, yeah.
There
Yeah,
is a
it's-
PS4 port though, from what I'm looking.
It
from
is
what I've seen online. So.
Katamari Damacy.
Yeah.
We love Katamari. Touch My Katamari is on PlayStation Vita. Beautiful Katamari is on 360. Katamari Forever is on PS3. And the one on PSP is... I can't remember it. I have it and I can't remember it.
Go Katamari. I'm just.
No,
You gotta look.
I can't remember.
That's okay, man. You did a great job there.
Me and my Katamari.
That's the one. And that one's terrible because you only have one analog stick, so it maps the other stick to the 4 PlayStation buttons. And it makes it extremely difficult to play.
But yeah, if you think of it like you're on a riding lawnmower, right? You've got the two. That's kind of how it is. If they're both forward, you're moving straight. If you turn, you.
It'd be awesome to be able to hook up your mech or your fighting sticks to it.
There we go.
Steel Battalion,
Steel
Katamari.
Battalion.
And then if you click both sticks in, he jumps to the other side and pushes in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And
Are
it's
we
very
having a-
tight controls. It's great.
Are we playing Steel Battalion for a Cartridge Club game?
You should. Y'all can come over.
Just have 2 people play it.
Somebody push for a Katamari game. I got no clout in the club.
All I have to do is post it on
I don't
the
think you
forums.
saw that. No.
We could do a Power Glove game.
Yeah. Ball.
Super glove ball.
Rad Racer with glove only.
Mike Tyson's Punch Out, like it was
I was
advertised.
Have they done a Punch Out game?
No.
See,
Super
that would be
Punch
good.
Out.
Mike Tyson's Punch Out or even Super Punch Out.
Yeah, both would be great options, basically, too. That's what kind of game? That's a boxing game, so you could say, or sports. That we could say that's a sports title, which is something
Or
else.
you could even do one on the Wii. I mean,
Yeah, the new one for the Wii. That's a good one.
they all work.
They ported it also to the Wii U digitally, so you could I think it's like $10 or something, or $15 on the Wii U eShop or something. So
It's reasonable.
then I think you can play with like a controller too.
Let's go with Madden 06.
No, you're gonna play NFL 2K5 if you're gonna play.
Actually,
any games.
you're right.
Sports games are tough because most of them don't have a start to finish kind of deal. They're just kind of endless.
A season.
NFL
Play a
Blitz.
season.
Blitz.
Yeah.
Did you win the Super Bowl or?
It's like Mutant League Football. Mutant League Football is a good one.
Is there a story to it or?
NHL 94.
No.
How about
Yeah,
that?
I
Yes.
was playing that the other day.
Are you a
That-
94 fan or 93? Because I kind of prefer 93.
94.
Oh, the 93 was NHLPA? Yeah, you were talking about that. What podcast was that?
Oh, what was that? Was it Bill talking about it or?
Well, there's NHLPA Hockey 93. That's
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or maybe it was just Twitter when you were talking about it, but you had some good points.
Oh yeah,
about that.
I think I was talking with Bill about because I think Bill advertised or something like in Toronto that they had a tournament at some
Yeah.
sports bar, and then I found actually I think recently this last summer there's a place in Green Bay or just outside of Green Bay that some retro game store was doing a tournament for both Genesis and Super Nintendo ports of it, and man, I played 93 and 94, mostly 93 because I love the blood. In 93. And
Is it Genesis only that has the blood and whatnot? I would imagine so.
Maybe. I mean, I've only played the Genesis version. That's why I would sign up for
Yeah,
the
that's
Genesis.
one I need. I have the complete Genesis NHL collection, just no NHLPA. So I'd like to get that.
Those are great.
96 is pretty decent too.
Yeah, I like 96, man.
I played 96 on the PC.
I
The only
grew
one
up
I'm
with the
missing, I
Super
think,
Nintendo,
Is,
but-
is 98.
Speaking of 98, Wayne Gretzky 3D Hockey is actually a pretty damn good, solid hockey
That's
game.
a good game, huh?
Yeah.
It's like NBA Jam with hockey.
That's another
check
very
people.
good Jam.
NBA Jam would be a great sports title option. Blitz too. Blitz is
Blitz,
another
yeah.
good one.
What's the difference between NBA Jam and Tournament Edition?
Tournament
Extra
edition, I think.
teams change.
Yeah, there's more players. I remember they added the rookies.
Yeah.
I don't know if they. I wonder if. I know
Any
they both have
different
a more.
modes, or-
They have different unlockable characters. I know
I
that too.
I think you had
Uh-huh.
a team. I think you had a team choice too. So if you chose the Bulls, you had a choice between 3 players.
Yeah,
Where you could choose 2 you mix and match.
yeah. Like you could, like if you like my team back in the time was the Sonics.
That's
So like
yeah,
I would put
Seattle.
I would put what's it called? Like, well, I love Gary Payton was my favorite growing up, so I could put Gary Payton in there. But like that left Shrimp and Sean Kemp.
You could rotate between the 3 during the game instead of just the 2.
No,
Every-
it's when you
every
chose
quarter
your
you
team.
could swap
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
I thought the normal one still had a third player.
I don't remember it
No, not
well
in the
enough.
original.
I don't think so. I think that was
You guys-
tournament edition.
It was
Yeah.
just
You guys play the like the newer versions with the Wii, Xbox 360, and the PS3?
I haven't played any of them.
I've
The
heard
new
one of
the
these-
newer versions are pretty good.
Oh, they're really good. I first got into the Wii version because it's actually pretty fun to do the shooting motion with the Wii remote.
Mhm.
But when I wanted to get competitive online and play with my brother, we did the 360 version. It's a lot of fun. It's it was a really big passion project, I think, for the fans of NBA Jam. So they got the original guy, and they got a lot of the.
In the new one, they give you objectives like to unlock some of the classic players. You had to do like an achievement, like to get Scott Skiles on the Orlando Magic. You had to get 30 assists in the game. And I remember like I lost it. Like I would get like 28, 29, and someone would miss like the dunk pass, or they like at the last second I would be cussing up a storm, and eventually I did it. That was like a great feeling. Like because I remember like I played as the Orlando Magic and the Sonics like a lot in the original NBA Jam. So like I was like I gotta get Scott Skiles back in this game. You know, if you can play it, him and like Nick Anderson or something on the Magic.
I remember using the cheat codes and getting like all the bizarre things, like you could play with like the
Bill Clinton
and stuff like that.
Bill Clinton, yeah.
Sub-Zero, Scorpion were in it. And
He did Big Head.
Boys.
One of my classmates in high school, his dad worked for Midway and is one of the unlockable characters.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. Roger Sharp is his name.
Ryan, this is right up your alley. Blast Core.
Blast Corps?
That Blast Core would be an awesome cartridge club game.
That'd be a great one. Great rare game. I think it's on the collection too. I think it's on the
Yes,
Rare
I
Replay
believe it is.
collection.
Yeah,
so it's multiple platform choice,
that would be an awesome game.
which is I think the club tries to do these days. They want
And
to.
it's kind of puzzle. It's it's cool. It's destruction.
It's cheap too. It's not as
Yeah.
expensive N64 game too.
What collection is it on?
The Rare Replay on the
Oh.
Xbox One.
Guess I won't be playing it.
You don't have Blast Corps on the N64.
I don't think so.
That's a cheap pickup.
Yeah,
That's like a $5-10 game at most.
mhm.
Yeah.
That game
I
doesn't.
think I got rid of all my $5 and $10 N64 games.
The game doesn't get enough love. It gets hard if you try to go for gold and everything, but if you just try to play through and bronze everything, it's a really fun game.
I mean, I really enjoy
honestly.
it. Rare did a great job on that console.
Yeah, Jet Force Gemini was great.
Mm-hmm. I love all the 3D platformers they had too. I love your Donkey Kong Country, even though that one's pretty. Or not Donkey Kong 64. That one's a pretty good challenge though, with all the collectibles. If you love collectibles, you know.
Yeah, what do you think of P1's N64 not collection?
It's not good.
I don't know why I'd get rid of Smash. At least keep it for when friends come over. But
Yeah, I know you like Smash 4, but then I think he's all on the purge train basically. You get
so,
that good
yeah,
feeling.
people are a little purge happy, and then they're going to be purge depressed afterwards. And they'll be like,
Mhm.
I don't know why I got rid of that.
I think P2 even said something about that too. He told me, he's like, really? He's like, I'm never gonna play it. So, well, then again, if you're never gonna play it, you know.
Yeah.
Firstly, I think Smash is fun, you know, but
I'm keeping all the Smashes just because everybody likes to play them when they come over. I'll get rid
yeah.
of Brawl on the Wii because I hate that one.
just download Project M and put it on there. Get a 2 gigabyte SD card, put it right in there. Your Wii. You can play as, you know, so it plays like Melee. That's what
Dude,
do.
I have a fairly decent SNES RPG collection. I'm not an RPG guy at the moment, but I'm holding on to them in case I change my mind, or I'm planning on maybe having some time to play those and give them a chance. So I'd rather hold on to them than get rid of them now and try to buy them back at the crazy price they'll be down the road.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if there's something you really, really want, you can trade some stuff that you know you got a feeling you're probably never going to play. Basically, I would say goes fine. Like if you just don't enjoy it, but I don't know.
If it's I figure it's twofold. If it's a game I don't want to play, and it's a crap game, well, sure, get rid of it. But
Castlevania Legacy.
if it's a game, that is a good game, but I'm just not into it right now. Well, I would rather hold on to it, giving it a chance as a good game, and then get rid of it, as opposed to just outright getting rid of it because I'm not into it at the moment.
That's what I tried to do, and I ended up with 3,000 games in my game room.
Yeah, I don't buy that many games. Is the thing. Like, I have a lot of games, but I still have the right amount that I can still play them all in my lifetime. I just,
I got to the point where it was like, oh, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is a good game. Am I going to play it anytime soon? Probably not, but it's a good game, so I can't get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
So is Mario Kart Double Dash, but I'm probably not going to play it. But so I ended up with just full shelves of everything.
Yeah.
I love Double Dash. I go back.
Bad example.
I can't get anybody to play it over here, so there's no reason to keep it.
I would love to do it with an 8-man LAN party for that game too. That's the thing, because I know you can do it. You can do an 8-team setup. You just need all your own little CRTs. Everyone gets their own little CRTs.
That's why I'm holding on to them all. There's a reason why I have 25 CRT televisions.
You need 8 GameCubes, and you need what's called every one of them to have a LAN adapter.
That's what Portland's for, right?
CRT TVs.
That's what conventions are for.
Honestly, when we have parties at my house, we'll have 30 to 40 people over here, and people always reach for either the NES, the N64, or something brand new. They don't reach for anything else in the game room. It's always the Wii U, or the PlayStation 4, or the PlayStation 3, or NES, or N64. Nobody cares about Super Nintendo. Nobody cares about GameCube, Dreamcast, none of it.
Nobody cares about Super Nintendo. That's freaking weird.
Well, when you have parties, I mean, how much?
What are you going to play? What are you going to play on the Super Nintendo?
Chrono Trigger.
Quality games.
Party.
No, what are you going to do for you have 4 people over? What are you going to do basically? Just we're going to all just sit around and play a boring RPG game.
Well, you play the Genesis and you
Play
put
one
on
of the wrestling games that uses the multi-tap deal.
You play NBA Jam and you high five people.
We're going to play 4-man Pieces.
Yes.
Pieces is awesome.
I played it. I tried it out this week. I love it.
I told you that game was fantastic. Now go on eBay right now and order yourself a copy of Tetris Battle Gaiden.
Tetris Battle. Yeah, that's right. You mentioned
it's exactly the same game, but with Tetris.
Like locking in the pieces into space in the place.
It's playing Tetris head to head, and you get the same power ups and nerfs basically.
I would go with my favorite puzzle one there is Tetris Attack on the Super, playing head-to-head with that.
Try Tetris Battle Gaiden. It's like $8 online. You get to pick between like 8 different characters. They have special power-ups. You race to play Tetris against each other, and you either get stuff to help yourself out or stuff to screw your opponent over. The faster you place pieces, the more power-ups you get.
I do kind of hope Tetris becomes one of the challenge games. I know,
I
suggested
that. I hope so.
I kind of suggested it for a game of the month, but just because it was a puzzle game, that was like an option, basically. I mean, I love Tetris.
Dr. Mario?
I'm just thinking that, man.
Yoshi's Cookie?
No.
Not Yoshi's Cookie. No.
Play that for a month.
Wario's Woods.
Yes.
Musty, did you see the Tetris tournament going on at the Midwest Gaming Classic?
I didn't see it at the Midwest. I know there's one happening at Portland though.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I missed out on.
They have like a qualifier, like if you win, you get like your pass to like the Tetris Championship or something like that. If you win at the Midwest, because there is on Hulu, I think maybe still on YouTube too. There's a Tetris documentary. Passing it for a second, but no, it's because they film every year. They do in Milwaukee. Basically, they have like 12 monitors set up basically, and they're all just because they consider the original NES version to be not the Tension, but the original Great Kart, officially licensed to be the go-to Tetris of all Tetrises or something like that. Because it's something about like the randomness or something like that. It's not, there's no pattern to it out of all of it. It's all sporadic, basically, and it's more of built on skill, I think, is what it is.
It seems like the most solid overall.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm taking off, guys. It's late. I gotta go to sleep.
See you, Hodge. I'm going by. I'm just gonna get a refill and some water here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I need something to drink myself.
Kirby's Dream Course as a club game. No.
I don't know what that is. I mean, it sounds like a puzzle.
Is?
Is that on Super Nintendo?
Yeah.
I mean,
Is
that's
it part?
It's the mini golf game.
Hold on, put them on here. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that one before.
I just picked that up recently. I actually had it already, but it's one that I picked up recently. You know that. You like to pick up videos.
Yeah, but is it a sports? I watched today's. Check the comments.
All right.
But what's it called? No, is that a puzzle game or is that
No, it's not. It's
like a golf or not? Yeah, kind of golf, right?
It's like a golf strategy game. Yeah.
There you go. How about we get a golf game going? You know?
We could do Tiger Woods.
Like hot shots or something.
Mario Golf.
Mario
Outlaw.
Golf. Yeah.
Outlaw's
another option. Cheap games too. That's the thing about it too. Those games aren't expensive. Well liked. You know.
Ugh.
All right, back. Now I'm gonna go get that water.
You guys see Phil Kessel's tweet kind of taking a jab at USA Hockey?
No. I don't like that guy.
I don't really much like Phil Kessel either. He looks like he belongs in the beer leagues, yet somehow he scores goals. Anyway, it always just bothers me. I'm like, he looks like me when he plays hockey, and maybe I should be playing professional hockey. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, he just said that. He's like, just sitting around the house tonight with my dog. Felt like I should be doing something important, but couldn't put my finger on it. And U.S. just lost to Canada 4-2. It's weird. Stanley Cup winner. Probably one of the highlights of the playoffs for the Penguins and the playoff teams, and wasn't even put on any of the rosters. So, oh well.
All right, Musty. What's number one on the list for Portland here? What's number one on your list?
See. Which list?
Overall. Oh my gosh. I kept my, where my wish list was? All up here.
That's
Didn't
mine
even
too.
carry a
If I see it, I'm
list.
like, ooh, I want that.
Exactly, right?
Well, no, I need structure.
Mine is all here.
Because
Here's
the
my
problem
wish
I
list.
had.
Wallets.
Whatever fits in the wallet,
See,
basically.
Eric's a bad influence on you, Musty. He's
Well,
getting
no,
having you doing
well, no.
spreadsheets.
You saw me in Milwaukee.
Your head was spinning. That's
I had
because
that, I had buyer's remorse and hadn't bought anything because I just couldn't. I had a hard time like wrapping my head around. Do I want to spend that now? And granted, my budget is different for this than it was in Milwaukee. Like I had a much more limited budget, and so picking up that Final Fantasy III was a chunk, right? Thankfully, that guy traded as much as he did for it, which was awesome. But now I can kind of wrap my head around it, and it's not like I didn't know the prices already. But now at least I know. Like, here's my list of like the.
How many games is on that list?
Oh, I have not counted them. There's 6 pages, and there's 1, 2. There's maybe 40 to 50 on each.
Wow.
Oh boy!
I recommend you at least bring a couple high-dollar games in the $30 to $40 range, just in case you need to trade.
200 some, so 240 games at least.
Probably.
Wow.
Well,
I think I might have 450 in my entire collection. So about that.
yeah, I finally got my stuff into RF generation, so I have my number now.
I use VG Collection Tracker.
Yeah, I've heard that's pretty good.
It allows you to touch add through a database, so you can just pop up the entire GameCube library and just click to add, click to add, click to add, click to add. You don't have to search or manually input.
You guys have a limit or end goal that you want to get to for your collection, or just
I'm going down.
all the games?
Mine.
You're just going down with the
I'm
ship?
going down right now. I'm getting away from. I have got 3,000 plus, and I'm knocking it down.
It's for me. It's I want a complete N64 collection and a complete NES collection, and then everything else is just if I want the game, I'm happy with. I'm really happy with my Super Nintendo and my Genesis collection. It's not deep, but I have probably about 40 for each, and I'm really happy with that 40 basically. Where there's still games I want, but I'm not gonna go like head over heels to find them or something like that, And same thing, I'm happy with my PS2, my original Xbox. I mean, I'm still getting more stuff for it. I'm happy with my PS3. I'm happy with those collections basically. I'm not actively seeking to be, I want all this, I want all that. I'm just finding games like I just got Catherine or something for the PS3. Like that was a game I really want. I still really want to play it, and I just got it. That was in my collection.
Yeah,
so
it looks like a good puzzle.
That's an awesome game.
That's a game I want to love to.
I just don't know how I can buy it and have my wife come downstairs and be like, "What's that?" And be like, "Nothing. It's just some anime chick taking her bra off." I mean,
Ooh, Cartridge Club Game of the Month.
Yeah. I'm like, maybe put a Modesty shirt on her or something.
Yeah.
How close are you to
there's some like really serious kind of discussions on loyalty and things like that in that game too. So it's like if you had somebody walk in at the wrong time, that I could definitely see that.
I'm like, when can I play this at night? And should I be playing this late at night in case somebody gets up and it's like nothing?
Yeah. And there's some just kind of who's the developer? Is it Suda51?
But the puzzles look pretty cool.
Well, I know it's
they
Atlas, but it might be
good
Suda51.
I mean it's a fun game. I would recommend it for anyone. The thing to kind of get past is because they ask you questions between the levels, which sort of determine then which Catherine you sort of align with more.
The succubus.
How close are you to a complete NES collection there, Rocket?
I still got a ways to go, but I'm like almost 400. So
Right. How many? Top like 20 games do you have?
The expensive list?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I think my heaviest hitter is probably DuckTales 2. But I got probably a good chunk of like the $50 games. So it's just I don't have too many like $200, $500 games,
Yeah, they're starting to get up there now. Like Panic Restaurant, Flintstones. Of course, the Flintstones and the Samsons are huge now because of the Game Chaser.
I still think it's gonna come crashing down too.
It'll come down to like $200 again.
That's like I said, like that's why I'm kind of just shifting more, just finishing the N64, and then just kind of then going as opposed to spreading myself going after NES and N64, as opposed to just getting one over with. I'm just gonna tackle
you're
the
almost
N64.
done the N64, or you already have what Clay Fighters or Worms or whatever.
Sculptor's Cut. I have Worms. I have Bomberman 2. It's I got Worms. I got Worms. That's what we're gonna call it.
At the Worm store.
Yeah.
I got Worms.
What's the matter? A little nervous about the flight.
That's what we're gonna call it. I got Worms. You specialize in worm farms?
Like ant farms.
The funniest thing about my NES collection, the most expensive game I have in my NES collection is not even an officially licensed cartridge.
What do you got? Like
what is it?
6 and 1
So
or something?
190 and games in one, and people want like $150 for it.
That's I think that's an anomaly. It sold for like $100 one time, and then it just became that listing price on eBay. I've seen that in the wild, and I'm like, I'm not paying $80 for it. Go.
Hey, fine by me. I got it for $5, so what do I care?
Yeah.
My highest single NES card is Jetsons right now.
Nice.
It's
I'm trying to think. Probably the legit cart. I think probably Bandit Kings of Ancient China.
That's a weird one. Yeah.
I got that one. That's probably the highest. I'm looking through my app
I'm
right
not
now.
sure what I think. I don't have too many games that are like over $100. I mean,
Well,
Secret Scout is
when I got Bandit
unlicensed.
Kings, it was going for about 60, and now like I look online. I was checking it out the other day because I was curious or whatever, and it was like 110, 120
Yeah,
for a loose cart. I'm like, what? Yeah, right.
I got Secret Scouts for your score. That's an unlicensed cart. Demon or Demon's Crest.
Yeah, Paul. I'm also not trying to get the. I only want the licensed NES games. I don't have a history in my childhood with, and that's what it really comes down to. Because I remember as a kid not getting like many games as a kid, basically, and like I said, like I'm gonna buy when I ever get a job, I'm gonna buy all these NES games, basically. So that's kind of why I want the NES, because the NES was my first. But I never and ever as a kid ever experienced the unlicensed games ever. So it's like that's
Get out of here, ball.
Seriously. Well, then again, like I got my NES probably. What was it? I was 8 years old when I got it, and I think the Super Nintendo came out a year or two later. So it's like, so maybe I got it like in, I want to say maybe 91. I want to say.
Oh really? Wow.
So it's like, you know,
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay.
But I got an NES late. I only played it by like cousins and friends' house. So like my NES collection was only through rental, basically. You know, I had your Mario 3, Mario 1. I had, but a lot of it was really just, I mean, I had some really crappy games like Back to the Future 2 and 3, you know, and I'm trying to remember some other games. I didn't have much, though. It's the thing. So a lot of it was just based off rentals from a mom and pop rental store, checking games out, you know. So it's, I don't know.
It's a tough one. I mean, it's not the toughest to collect a complete set for, but still, those $200 to $500 games are just really kill you.
Oh yeah, and
you're gonna have to buy them either for that price, or you're gonna really have to.
Well, I'm hoping I can do more things like buy more wrestling belts at Goodwill and then flip them on eBay for what's
That's the thing. You're gonna have to do a lot of flipping to get each and every one of those games. That's a lot of movement.
And that's what you gotta do then, I guess, you know.
I'm knocking my collection down to a few decent multiplayer games for each system in case we have parties, and then a very highly curated collection on every system. No,
what's highly
completes.
curated? What's your number?
Like, no specific number, but you know the really.
You're at 3,000. You're 10 times more than me, so it's got to be at least.
Like my NES shelf right now, after what I just pulled out and put aside, is about 40 carts. And that's everything from Contra to Arkanoid to Bubble Bobble to Jackal, you know, like really good, solid NES games.
Yeah, that's pretty low for NES.
And then same thing, N64, I think I knocked it down to like 25 games. GameCube, I knocked down to 10 games. And, you know, each system's kind of going to be the same. It's just, you know, whatever's really super solid on the system and any fluff is gone. So I'm looking at probably close to a 2,000 game purge.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool.
You get some really heavy hitters probably with all that trade.
I have all kinds of stuff all over the place in here. I have a lot of the heavy hitters on every system already. And it's...
You have go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking
I mean, like,
fish for a game.
Like if I'm like Super Nintendo, I've got EVO, I've got Earthbound, I've got Sunset Riders, I have a lot of the really good solid shit on there. I have all the RPGs, you know, most of them in box, in fact. Genesis, I've got, you know, Contra Hardcore, Splatterhouse 2 and 3, Ghostbusters, Moonwalker. I've got most of the good stuff on that system too. All the Fantasy Stars.
Did I ever tell you how I got my Contra Hardcorps? It's now granted it's loose. But what's it called? I was at a flea market. There's like a once a year flea market on Labor Day around here, like 2 years ago, and one guy had it for $6, and
nice.
I was just going through like all these games, and also I was working my way because there's everyone's elbow to elbow going through this guy's games. He's a reseller, but he had a whole bunch of games really low price. And I'm grabbing some bought a Jungle Book for $6 on the NES, and I bought I'm getting all these games. I'm getting a pile to come up and then go bundle with them. And I remember this kid, he had one game in one hand and he had Contra Hard Corps on the other. And what's it called? I'm just eyeing in my head, and basically he's right next to me and he's just debating. He's like, which one do I buy? And he puts Hard Corps back. And as soon as he puts it on the ground, I was like, yeah, I'll take that. And then he just heard him say, damn it. And he's just maybe trying to think I wasn't paying attention. I was just I'm taking this immediately. So. And
I went into my local game store and traded a pile of they were just opening up, and they needed Mario 2s, Mario 3s, Mario Duck Hunts, Pokemons, all the random $20 games, $10 games, $5. I brought in all kinds of shit, and I probably racked up $400, $500 in trade credit. And then I waited, and stuff started rolling through the door, and they overprice everything because they base it on Amazon. So a complete copy of Contra Hard Corps walked in the door, and it was pristine. They wanted $70 for it, but I had the trade credit, so it didn't hurt me because it was a bunch of loose fluff that I had multiples of. Mega Turrican on Genesis came in complete.
That'd be nice.
Snagged that up. So a lot of it I traded up.
And the guy I always call the Carney, he has no problem doing that because he will sit on those pricey games forever until someone like me comes in there, or some hardcore collector comes in there,
or someone like Musty. Just you know.
But,
I have some used dryer sheets. Do you want those? Oh, sure. Take a top loader NES. Anything else we can help you with? Yeah, I have some contact solution, but
soiled mop.
My friend peed in it. Oh yeah, yeah. You want Earthbound? Sure. Yeah, I guess.
But he will. Jeez. He said he can flip. He'll take whatever 1,000 copies of Mario Duck Hunt for those really heavy hitters, because he's I'll sell these way faster than I'll sell those heavy hitters.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So.
That's all that GBA stuff that I showed you earlier. What I brought in 10 or 12 Pokemon games. Nabbed $300 in credit, and I bought a whole bunch of stuff.
We don't have the volume like you guys do on the East Coast and like they do in Texas, where games go to die or whatever. It's, it's, we have some stuff, but you really got to work. It's not like I just walk into a table of games and find stuff. You got to go with where I would say you have to collect, according to your environment, because some people see these collections on YouTube and they're like, oh, I'd like a complete box collection for Super Nintendo. I'm like, you're an idiot. You live in the middle of the prairies. Be prepared to buy on eBay all day.
The only downside here, though, there is an opposite side to that coin, is I live in the most congested state in America.
Oh, yeah.
And because of that, there are that many more collectors.
Yeah.
And so my local flea market, when I show up at 6 a.m., say it's 15 rows wide, right? That's how many rows of tables are set up. When I show up at 6 o'clock, I am lucky to get one row to myself before I run into another shark.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's 24 of them. And they all come out at 6 o'clock. And they all start walking a row, and you just got to get lucky and pick row G and happen to get lucky that there's stuff down there.
Yeah, but at least there's stuff. We could have the same amount of people, at a yard sale or a community yard sale where everybody's got tables up, and you might be looking all day, and you might be lucky to find some GBA titles that might get you $20 in trade credits. The volume's just not there. I don't know.
I don't ever show up to a community sale or a multifamily yard sale that does not have another shark there when I get there.
Yeah.
Quite literally. And so even with yard selling in my area, if you don't get anything in the first 5 houses that you show up to, go home. Because now you're wasting your time.
I've noticed it too with Goodwills, basically, when there's hunters there, that they're right by the game section. I go right to the other areas. I start hitting the other areas first because and that's I've caught, not them being slipping, but what's called I've caught better stuff, them pushing out the carts where they're pushing out the carts because they didn't move that stuff over to the section. So I'll go there. I'll go to the back electronics. I'll go to the glass cabinet while they're still moseying around the games, and then I'll come back to the games and see. Because most of the time those games are just garbage anyway. So you're gonna have your sports titles, and occasionally you can find something good in that section. But if you can get them carts first, you're gonna be good. You know.
Goodwill's in my area online auction all of it now.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't go to thrift stores for games anymore.
I'm having the better
Yeah,
luck
you're
here
like
than I
in some
am.
sort of dead zone where people just don't know about the internet or something. So
It depends who's pricing it. There's, like I said, there's one at one of my Goodwills who knows. He's like a young kid, but he must be doing reselling on the side, because I was in his Goodwill last week Thursday, and he must have just got off of duty, and he was like going through like the section, and I was just like, okay. So I went to the area, and I think I found, I don't know if it was anything important, but I was just like, well, because like I know he's checked me out before. He goes, damn it, like he knew like I found like an NES game or something like that he thought was hiding in the back somewhere, and I found it. So it's it's just a matter of
If you
who's
want
pricing
to
in and who's finding it. You know,
if you want to make good coin on the side and have pretty much no competition because no one else really does it because nobody thinks of it, and it's infinitely refillable, Game Hunt, your EB, or GameStop. If you go in, GameStop and EB Games are terrible at updating their prices.
Mm-hmm.
So 9 out of 10 times, every time you walk in the Wii section, the DS section, the 3DS section, and PS3, 360 sometimes, you will find games that go for 30 to 40% more online. So you'll walk in and find, say, Muramasa on the Wii, which is what I'm looking at across the way from me right now. That
you have
game
a box
forever.
of Mouses?
No, I have probably 3 of them that I bought recently. Now, GameStop still has it listed at a price from like 6 months ago, where it's $12. And if you find it, if your GameStop's got it, that's now a $25 game online.
I'm gonna check up.
I wouldn't mind that one.
There's a Goodwill right next to that, or there's a GameStop right next to the Goodwill. So I'm gonna check that.
I do
tomorrow.
very well on DS games, Wii games, and 3DS games.
Called again? Mirror, was it?
Muramasa, the Demon Blade. But there's a lot of stuff like that, like Silent Hill,
Xenoblade and all that.
Fragile Memories. That's another one that's changed. They're still listing it lower than it's going for, and it happens all the time. I find tons of deals in GameStop, and nobody goes there because everybody hates GameStop.
Mm-hmm.
But there's tons of money to be made.
The problem with GameStop, though, is like I said, like just how well they upkeep the place, though, too. You know, like
It works to your benefit.
Yeah, sometimes you get the GameStop jizz all over it. You know, it's.
I get all the cases, the empty cases that come in. They give them to me for free.
Mm-hmm.
I walked in there a couple weeks ago, and I ended up with 3 boxes, like medium flat rate shipping boxes, full of empty cases for every good RPG on 360 and PS3.
Is that just because you're a regular?
That's because I'm a regular at my GameStop, and I talk to the people that work there, and we chit chat like we're friends. And so when I walk in the store, they go, "Oh, look, we got another 10 cases for you." I get Pokemon cases and Mario Brothers cases.
Yes.
And that stuff's free, and that's free money because you could throw the empty cases online and get $2 to $3 a piece for them. Mm-hmm. Get acquainted with your GameStop. Most people hate those people, but they're just gamers like you and me. They don't. The corporation
they're evil
sucks.
gamers.
The corporation sucks. The people that work there don't. They're just like you and I.
No, I don't think so. There was one guy who used to look like Hulk Hogan that worked at one of my GameStops. We called him Fulk Hogan because he had gray hair, but he had the same. He had the mustache. He had but his hair was gray. He didn't have blonde hair. He had the same haircut, and he had the same Hogan mustache. So we called him Fulk Hogan.
When they know I'm looking for stuff, they'll pull stuff aside and throw it in the hold bin and hold it until I come in, without me even having to say anything.
Don't worry about only Yoshi.
Troy's fading.
That couch sure looks comfortable.
Yeah, it is. That's not too bad for a futon.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm always in an ethical dilemma of buying and flipping games. Like Bill says, it kind of sums up my philosophies. I try to leave some meat on the bone for other people, but yeah, it's tough. It depends on what your collecting goals are, and
That all depends on what's there. I'm saying, like, if it's all valuable and it's all cheap, I'm taking it all.
I
But
find it's kind of difficult because if you put a reasonable price on it, it goes like almost immediately, right? But the thing is, like, it's just gonna get picked up by someone who's gonna go and resell it. So you're like, damn it,
it's an expensive hobby.
But
yeah,
get it where you can get it.
Like I prefer when I'm at the game swaps or whatever that I'm actually selling to gamers and not as much game stores. Like when I'm selling at Waterloo, game stores are coming over before the show starts and they're trying to buy stuff on my table. I tell them no, because I don't want them just taking my stuff and reselling it because I know it's not going toward a collection, it's going toward their store.
You put a blanket over it and say, no one could see it until...
No, I mean, they start grabbing stuff. I'm like, no, but you're not supposed to sell at the Waterloo swap ahead of time. So it's not hard to say no. I mean, if you say no, they're not going to argue with you because that's the rule of the land kind of thing. But people do it anyways.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, I'm not going to do that. And, like, the problem is, like, when I price my games, I price them reasonably, and then these stores come over as soon as things open and they just, like, clear me out. And that's great for me. It would seem like it, but, that's not really helping the community to stock their store.
yeah, I've thought it. Like, there's been times where I'm like, oh, I'll pick it up because I'm sure somebody else will. And if I do pick it up, it's usually as trade bait as opposed to flipping and selling online. I've never been like an eBay seller. I don't have the time for that.
That PS2 I picked up not the PS2, the Super Nintendo I picked up was solely for trade. I picked it up last week at Goodwill for $20. It was on the whole table. That was on the whole table, and I was like, "Is that for hold?" And they're like, "Well, this guy hasn't been back in a while." And I was like, well, "I'll take it." And they're like, "Okay, here you go." So.
Yeah, I like to pick up trade bait more than resell kind of stuff because I just figure it kind of what goes around comes around. So if I'm selling, because we've had people locally, I guess, that I can point to and say, well, they didn't really get much karma going their way because all they did was ask the highest price from fellow gamers. So people started to know you as like the guy that wants top dollar for his games, but when he wants to buy from you, he wants a deal. So you can't be a dick and expect to get good prices for your games from people that know who you are.
And I get crap from my friends a couple times about it too because they like I'm the only one doing it. Basically, I'm going out and putting the effort into find games. So they want me to sell it to the game. If I find something like that Contra, they want me to sell it to them. I paid $5 for that Contra. They want me to sell it to them for $5. And I'm like,
well, no, you got to get some money out of it for your effort.
I'm completely open
to give it to them for $20. Even 25 is a steal.
$20 is what I offered my friend, and I got a whole bunch of shit. And they're like, "You paid $5 for that game." I was like, I'm completely open to trades. I was like, I know how much this game goes for. $45 at the local shop.
$20 is an easy sale. They should be.
Thanks.
Go find one. Me from going finding one.
And they're just like, I'm like, whatever. I was just like, there's a lot of shit giving in the group basically, but I was just like, I'm perfectly open to trades.
You can't be expected to pass on the same amount of money that you went out on your free time and bought some.
Yeah, especially when they don't go out and do it. Basically, that's the thing. It's like
so
they want me to be the effort.
The yard sale deal that you got because they were too lazy to go out and do it. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
So
but $20 is a steal of a deal, right?
Which is what I offered basically. I said, hey, if you got something to trade, which they didn't, no one wants to. What's it called? There was no offer or anything. I'm like, okay, well, I kind of want at least $20, so I at least made it worth my offer basically to get this contract to you. And they're like, well, that's bullshit. I'm like, well, I was like, I even cleaned it to make sure it works and everything too. And it was
saying they want it for $5. Well, that's bullshit. Like,
they're like, it's a ripoff when you paid only $5 for it. And I was like, well, I'm never telling you how much I pay for a game again. So
exactly right. You got to be careful who you're telling.
Even if I bought it for $20, it was still probably a good price, basically.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna.
You can pretty much assume any game I'm selling I paid $5 for.
Mm-hmm.
$20 is a good bro price. I mean, I would probably ask 30 to keep the resellers away, but also be able to. Yeah, I like to fit in that, below the asking price, but slightly above the bro price, because if you give everybody or even people that might buy from you often bro prices, they might just turn around and sell it themselves. I get burned on that a lot. So I mean, I understand they're all
and I understand because
previously
there's a
used
couple
games
guys,
anyway. But
a couple guys want to get back into the retro gaming, and I understand it. So they don't want to pay the overprice, but they don't have a problem going to the local shop and paying the price for it, basically. But because it's a friend, they flip out that I didn't sell it to them for $5. So whatever. It's that
at least ask for $10, like, oh wait, but just demanding the price that you paid for it. Well, what are you there, bitch? Like,
no, it's
you just find games for them.
So that's the thing is like, well, the thing is they're used to this one guy who he's kind of like a reseller that they work with, and he gets the haul almost every weekend because he goes through all the rummage sales, and he does so much work, and he doesn't have the internet, so it's like one of those things where he kind of knows. Seriously, he doesn't have the internet at his house, like, so like his prices are ridiculous. Like, I forgot what he gave basically Castlevania X, Dracula X on the Super Nintendo away to my buddy for like garbage. He gave it just he goes, I don't know, I don't like this, it's not that hard. And like he posts on Craigslist, hey, if you're at retro games, I'm willing to buy them off you. And most of the time people will sell them a giant lot of games for $200. But
they're lucky.
That
they get somebody like that. That's not really anything that I've ever heard of before.
And then
other than Musty's, buying a house with some used Xbox, Gotham Racing, Project Gotham Racing or something.
Empty cases.
Yeah, empty cases.
I still have a bunch of empty cases.
I've got hundreds and hundreds of empty cases.
He goes to all the local rummage sales.
Why would you
every
put
weekend
that much work into it? I mean, unless like you're an angel and just wanting to do good Samaritan work, like why would you put all that effort into it and not even see a small profit from it? Like,
well, I've been in the room where my buddy's like messaging him basically, and he'd be like, "Hey, I got this, whatever."
What's your friend's name? Holy shit! Like, I'll start buying stuff from him and still be able to flip things.
Well,
and give everybody.
He's a coworker of my friend's, basically.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have the internet, so I can't look him up.
But like
what's his PO box?
I should find out. Because like I'm just like, what's it called? They won't let me talk to him. That's the thing, is they won't let me talk to him. I'll run into him at the Carney shop because he'll take stuff like he finds Sega Saturns all the time at Goodwill's and then just takes them right there for credit at the store, and but like
I gotta take a summer vacation down your area because it sounds like some sort of Garden of Eden when it comes to
the Goodwills.
Good fruit.
There's a guy that does yard sales near me that he goes around and buys up any video games he can find. He never pays more than $2 a piece. Takes them to the local flea market, and every game, no matter what it is $5.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get there early in the morning, you might catch something cool, or it's all total crap that gets unfaded and dies out there. But he buys them for $1 or $2 and sells them for $5, no matter what it is.
But he was, like I said, like I watched my buddy Jim negotiate with him. Basically, he'll get something ridiculously expensive and be like, "Look what Dean got," and I'm like, Jesus Christ! And then he'd be like, "Dean's offering me this game for $50, which was like a deal price," and he's like, I'm gonna get it for $30. He's like, and he's watching and be like, "What do you want for it?" And he's like Dean will say $50. He's like, I don't want, I'm not interested in that. And then after like a week or two, like Dean's like, well, what will you give me for it? And he's like $30. And then Dean won't budge at all. And then if you give him 2 more days, he'll be like, okay, $30. And then my buddy Jim could say, I've changed my mind, $20. And be like, what? Oh, okay, fine, $20. So it's like, it's like a game, and he does it like every time. He does it every time, and that's why I know the Carney likes him, because the Carney gives him what's called. He's like, okay, credit, here you go. You know, and then eventually, like if he doesn't like it, he'll bring it right back to the Carney, and Carney will buy it back for a lesser price. You know, so. But I just do the Goodwills. I've had no luck with the rummage sales, and I've given up on it. To me, it's just easier effort. I've had more success with Goodwills, and that's why I continue to go back to them. So, you know. the Salvation Armies, I have no luck at them. I have no luck at the other local thrift stores. It's just Goodwills for some reason, you know.
Keep going into them.
Bless you.
Push. Well, I think I'm out of here, guys. It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's about midnight here too, so that sounds like a good time to call it a night.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys, good chatting with you.
I can finish the Blue Jays game.
Great
There's a
hangout.
game happening.
Good hangout, guys. Hey,
Oh, you're
who is the new guy in the chat? When I first popped in, I just had everything muted, but I saw someone else was talking.
James.
Yeah, who's that?
He's retro
Australian.
Kaiser. No,
Was
he's
he?
from Britain, I think.
Oh, what's his handle?
Retro Kaiser.
Retro Kaiser. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, I
he's-
just heard his name. I think on the CC Weekly. I think.
Yeah, he was on the update because he's got a podcast he does with somebody.
Okay.
He's from England. I thought he was an Aussie.
Pretty sure he's England.
He said he was Aussie.
Okay. I
Yeah, he
stand
was-
corrected.
yeah, he said something, I can't remember what the line was, but it was like, "Oh, getting games in Australia" or something like that. So
Did he say put another shrimp on the bulby?
no,
Yeah.
I don't think he said any stereotypical things.
Austria.
He saw your the Tasmanian tiger and was like, "All right, I'm out of here before somebody cracks a funny joke."
Well, he usually leaves because he's like, I have to go out game hunting, and it's like,
Yeah, that's what he wrote. Yeah, I remember that now. He's like, yeah, he's gonna go hit the first
Well,
shot.
he's in Australia. It's like noon there right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, guys.
All right,
Have a
good.
good night. I'll
Good
talk
chat,
to you
guys.
soon.
Talk to you later.
Talk
All
to you
right.
later.
See you.
Later.
later.
We haven't seen like Mussie's FMV. Is your camera still on?
Yeah, I'm still here.
We haven't seen your FMV highlight.
Oh,
It's okay, man. It's not necessary. You're just gonna have to
Yeah,
start
I need
stocking
to-
up on really cruddy FMV games, like
well, here's
so you
the
can do
list.
one every time. Oh, you made a list of FMVs.
I have a list of Sega CD games that I'm looking for.
Oh my gosh. You gotta trim down that list to one page. You're gonna drive yourself nuts.
No, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you started. Eric, I don't think enjoyed one moment of game hunting while he was in Portland.
Really?
Like it was.
Because you're just like searching the list down.
He's just like, "Where's my list? Where's my list?" And then they lost the list. That was hilarious. Have you seen the list? I can't.
Okay, so Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Dark Wizard.
Are these all FMV? type
These are all
things?
Sega CD games. Some of them are Dragon's Lair is one.
But isn't that actually a good one? I want the real cruddy quality ones.
I don't know about the quality compared to
Camp acting kind of stuff.
yeah. Well, I mean, Dragon's Lair is your old like arcade Dragon's Lair.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit is one. Ground Zero Texas. In Excess Make My Video.
There you go. Now we're talking quality.
Crisscross Make My Video.
There you go.
The two Mad Dog McCree games. I want those really bad. Marky Mark Make My Video.
Yeah.
Microcosm. Night Trap. Power Factory with CNC Music Factory.
How much is Night Trap going for these days?
Night Trap is
Pretty.
50 complete US.
Really?
But people are saying I should just get a 32X and get that version, or get the Saturn version because at least the video quality is a little better. I don't care. It's fine. Prize Fighter, which is the boxing one. Slam City with Scottie Pippen. That is a game I sunk so many hours into. And then there's one called Wirehead that I saw on some lists, where you like, I don't know what the premise is strained. It's like you gain control of this man's actions.
It's like being John Malkovich.
Kind of like they've implanted something in his head, and now you can control him with your Sega controller. But yeah, it's all FMV. It's supposed to be pretty crazy. But yeah, there's some other stuff on here, but there's
So you're going to need to have like a top list at least, because most of these games are going to be at the expo. So,
well, and that's where I'm kind of like, like I've got my list of 360 games I want, but those I won't bother looking at those until.
So do you have a must-have list and then just like a?
Like I should color code them maybe, but
yeah.
I mean, I would recommend if you're going to a show, like start with your Super Nintendo, stuff like that people are always after, and hunt those down first, and then go back to your like 360 or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, Xbox games and Game Boy games, and
I don't know if it was just the time, but just my motivation at the time, but I actually I didn't purchase with any money any Nintendo titles, Super NES, whichever, at Portland at all. And it's just because I knew that those are going to be, they're going to be higher priced than other games at the expo, and I'm not going to get as good a deal. Plus, I'm going to have a lot of competition, so I'll be disappointed because I won't be able to find it for the price I want. But I will see it, and then I'll miss out on getting them. So I ended up doing mostly just one console, mostly the Genesis. But it was great because there was no competition, believe it or not. Everybody was doing Nintendo and Super Nintendo, just going crazy at the bins. Couldn't even get your elbows in there. Meanwhile, Genesis, I was getting complete in box, really good condition games, and
my Genesis list is
very much.
Interesting.
So I wouldn't say do Genesis, but just
I've got them here.
Maybe focus on a other alternate console other than NES and Super, because you're really like they're there to sell games, and two thirds of them are vendors, from stores and whatnot. So they'll flat out tell you, say, no, I can probably get this. I know what price I'm going to get.
Well, yeah,
for it. So they may give you like $5 off. One place didn't even budge, like $3 for me on a game, just because they knew they were going to get the price that they were asking. So I don't set. That's how I caution people to not don't set yourself up for that sort of disappointment.
Yeah.
But have fun buying games, but maybe buy them for other consoles that you maybe either want to fill in or you really want to bolster that part of your collection. Then that would probably be more fun for you than trying to say, well, can you get me Final Fantasy for this price? No, maybe $5 off, which is no price difference for them.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's like if I could do my on my Super Nintendo list and just knock out everything that's under $30.
Yeah,
I'd be totally happy.
There's a lot of bulk there. You're gonna find private collectors that are trying to unload their table.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some really good finds there, because there's the one guy, he was selling everything. He had a Famicom, Super Famicom, TurboGrafx. He just had like bins full of stuff, and people were going through that like sharks in bloody chum water. Like it was, even Pat the NES punk was rifling through those because he's like, oh, Famicom games, and just his table was empty by Sunday morning. He didn't even make it through the day. He was pretty well done by the next morning. So
the one Waterloo swap I was at, there was like a store that was going out of business, that they're shutting down, and they had like, Musty would have loved it, like all these original Xbox games, just a ton of them.
Oh yeah,
and they're like, and they're just like everything's this kind of thing. I was just like, man, I can't spend like $900 on.
So
Xbox
I don't know.
games.
I mean, if you're in the business of paring down and trying to, like they say, curate a collection that you're going to play and that you're going to enjoy, I don't know if that is your goal, but that's
an accordion. I mean, I think that's how it is for me. It's like it bulks up, and then I'm like, okay, let's dial this back a little bit.
Yeah. So I don't know. For me, I bought every single game that I know that I would play and that I would enjoy, and also enjoyed looking at it on the shelf. That is part of it, but I didn't want to buy anything that I would have to resell later on because that's a loss of money and time. More important.
Yeah, because I'm not in the business of keeping track of what I spent for it. I know that's that's the big thing that Eric does is he's always making sure that.
Oh, he loves the game of the numbers too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much fun he had buying things. Like, was it a treasure when he found it, or was it like, just list completion? Some people get off on completing
and I
list.
put together like here's I have a list of the NES that don't go toward that 100 list, but there are all the NES games that I used to play when I was a kid. And there's maybe 15 of them. And
that's a reason to go hunting there.
And the most expensive one on there is like $19.
Yeah.
So like I should be able to come home with all of those.
Yeah.
Because none of them are rare. I threw Bucky and Felix on there just because it's like if I can find them and get a good price for it, I would pick up maybe Felix, one of those. Yeah.
Bucky will probably, because it's one of those niche games, but it sells enough that people will get what they want for it. Mm-hmm. What's it going for now? Probably like 80 at least, 80 or 90 US?
It is going loose for 111 US.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, it's so, I mean, it's the 100 mark. You will find it for probably like 80, 85 at the expo, but you're not going to get a deal on it either, right? They don't need to move it because they will sell at that expo. So you want to spend $85 on it? Depends. Are you going to play it or are you going to shelf it? So
no, that's a really good point. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, do I get it for trade? It's like, do you pick that up and maybe have that as trade bait after you play through it once? And hope that you can get the 20% back that you.
I went out and bought it for a deal, but I bought it because I knew I was going to play it and keep it, and that's another reason why the price is, at that 100 mark, because people that buy it usually keep it. It's not trading as much as people would like to see.
But like Jaws and Qbert and Zexes and Three Stooges, like.
Oh yeah, you can find all those for $5.
Yeah,
you probably find those like buy something else and people chuck things like that in for free.
Get people to throw in. That's my favorite thing. Buy something you want, and then just find some shitty games that they can throw in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, well, I wanted Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, and so I got somebody to throw that in. I didn't spend any money on it. I spent $10, and I said, "Give me this $1 game." All right. So, there's going to be lots of options for you at the show, but
it's one less thing for them to bring home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I have my little like Lord of the Rings games, so all of those that I don't have, I want to get those. But none of those are over $15.
So what's your end game for your collection?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Dangerous game.
Well, no, here's so like I want that top 100 NES and the top 100 Super Nintendo from those two lists that I'm working on.
Yeah.
What I do with it after that point, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would then maybe evaluate that and give my own 100 list and then maybe say, yeah, I'm going to take this one out and I'm going to put in this game that I know from my childhood, which I adore, and kind of then build my own. I think 100 is a nice number for those. Although from the sounds of everyone else, it sounds like a smaller number is even more.
I think I have just over 100 NES games, and that's taken my time.
Mm-hmm.
I have got rid of some, but still, I don't unload, even a third of my collection at a time. If I haven't really ever had a downsizing like that, but it's 100 games is still it's a solid amount of games. 40 games, that's pretty admirable for somebody to pare it down to that much. Like,
I mean, you've really got to know what it is that you're getting rid of.
Yeah.
But I mean, if that's all that you will ever play, I mean, more power to him. If he's going to make a pretty penny off of that stuff.
The nature of collecting too, it's scratching that itch, right? The part of the fun is the thrill of the hunt. So I can understand, people might not understand where their collection's going, but I think most times, from observation and just seeing people get in and get out of collecting too, in a major way, it's I don't know if it's the best thing to do with your time to not have some sort of, micro goal, I guess, right? So your 100 list is nice. I would pursue that more than, bringing a spreadsheet of possible games you might want. There's,
Oh yeah.
like anybody knows, there's thousands of games you could want or you could play, but for me,
I think for me,
I've
it's
actually
I've
just
say
chopped
for
it
me,
down
it's
to
like,
certain systems because it's
and that's
get
kind of
more
where it's at, right? I've got like here's the original Xbox stuff. Like I started looking at Game Boy games more recently, so it's like here's the Game Boy games. Yeah, that I would want that are kind of like the staples. Like I just went through the entire list of Game Boy games and said, "Yep, that's one. So they're the Castlevania, Contra, DuckTales, the Final
Mega
Fantasy
Mans are
games.
pretty expensive. They're almost as bad as the NES.
Yeah, the Mega Man V
Like 5 is also the most expensive.
is $94.99 right now, loose.
Yeah.
Loose. That's insane.
Yep. Yeah. For
but-
Game Boy.
But like the Turtles games, Super Mario Land 2, like I just want to make sure that I know what it is so that I'm not, because that's the problem. When like for Milwaukee, I didn't have it written down. I was just going off of memory, and then I found myself.
Yeah, sometimes you can miss out on a deal for something you did want, but
It was just kind of like there was so much to look at. I was like, I can't even remember at this point what it is that I want.
Yeah. I was, should I have gotten some NES or Super Nintendo titles? I mean, sure, like there probably were deals that I could have gotten, but I was able to move really good on one console and kind of fill in for some minor stuff, but I was able to at least focus on one thing. I could remember what I was looking at and knew where things were on the floor. I watched Eric and I was stressed for him. Like, it depends on what you want to get out of it, and if that's fun for you, then cool. But be prepared. You're gonna miss out on. You're gonna miss out on games that you want that you just didn't get to buy, and you're not going to be able to buy everything. But so try to have fun when you're buying them instead of just trying to fill out your list, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, he made the comment about percentage of list acquired. That's the nice thing is the 360 games I have on here, like none of them are more than $11. It's this whole but it's more like I just wanted to make sure that I knew what I wanted to look for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd go through and highlight and say, all right, which games do I want to play? Which games, would be good to own for a certain price, and kind of go through that. So say, which ones do you want to get right away that for sure that you can't go home without, right? And then highlight like the green section of, if this is a good deal, this is a good price, then I should buy it for that. And then kind of go from there.
Well, and what I did, and we were talking about this earlier while you were off, is I put this column here, which is
the best price.
No, this is 60% rounded to the nearest dollar. So it's like if I come in at that asking price and can get it for 80% of what is listed, then I can consider that a win. But if it's automatically marked at this, like it's an instant buy for me.
Yeah. Eric was saying that I like 60% is really nice. Like I'd be lucky to get 40% anywhere, but you always ask for a deal. Always ask for a better price if you can. Bundle stuff. I found random strangers to bundle with too. I'd say, hey, what are you getting? Well, I'm getting this game. I said, all right, well, I'm going to use your game, get us $15 off of my asking price, and you can give me, if it was a $15 game, I'd say, give me $8 or whichever. I sometimes I'd even be like, give me $5, right? I'd be like, oh, sure, thanks. So they got a game for $5. I got $15 off of my asking price, and everybody won. So find people to bundle with, right? You can't go wrong there.
The fact that there's going to be, 8 to 15 Cartridge Club people. I mean, it seems like there will always be is likely that there will always be someone at least in close proximity.
Yep. Well, that was the other interesting thing. You learn pretty quick that you don't really have. Nobody really hangs around with you when you're buying. Like, you're talking before you go in the expo. Like, oh yeah, we'll hang out together. That lasts for 5 minutes at most. It's like, all right, I gotta go over here. See ya. So you're just like, all right, bye. You're gone. Like, you're in the buying zone. You may see people, rub elbows with them every once in a while.
Yeah.
But it was rare for me for anybody, Curtis, Dean, Eric, me, I'd see them every once in a while, but we wouldn't really stick together because you have it in your mind where you're going to buy stuff. So I spent 4 hours straight on Saturday just buying, and then lunch came, and I'm like, I need a break. So I went for lunch, came back, bought some more stuff, but then, started to go to some of the speakers and
I was
played some pinball and stuff. But
I was looking
All right, guys, I'm going to head out here.
All right.
See you, Troy.
Got to work in the morning.
Yeah, I got to too, but I got a quick thought on speakers, because I was looking at the schedule, and there's actually more that I think I might want to actually go see and not the YouTubers or the podcasters, but
you've heard that advice already.
I've heard that advice, and honestly, I just don't need it. Those guys, you've said it. Those guys all post their stuff anyways.
They post it online. You're better to talk to them in person, before or during the expo, because they'll have better conversations, and you'll get to ask them if you want to ask them those silly questions. I mostly just, rubbed elbows and talked with them and just asked them some non-serious questions and had a laugh, and that was nice. I got to talk to a few guys, but going to their panels, it was brutal because everybody asked the same stupid question. What's your top 5 any Nintendo consoles of all time? And it's like, dude, we've probably talked about this almost every podcast we've been on, and it's like, do you even know who we are, right? Or are you even a fan of what we do, right? Not trying to big time them or anything, but it's like, why are you here?
Yeah.
So, go to people like Thor Ackerland, or people where they have history of Nintendo championships, or what's his name? Howard Scott Warshaw. I missed out on his thing. That would be really cool to hear those people talk about the history of things, as opposed to just an open panel where the guys were out last night, so they're on a hangover cure, and they didn't prepare anything, and it's like an hour of just asking stupid questions, or them kind of trying to put together something that isn't very coherent. So, that's not their time to shine. It's kind of weird.
It's like the contractual obligation for them getting in.
Yeah, it's like maybe their first panel they were more prepared, but after that it's like, does Pat even want to be here? It's like, he doesn't. He hates the open Q&A, right? He actually builds his panel to be either, well, I could show you the latest NES Punk episode and parts of my book, or I could do an open Q&A. And people are like, well, obviously we want to see the episode, so he gets out of doing any Q&A because he knows what questions are coming, right? So
well, the guy who used to do the artwork on the 2600 cover art is going to be there.
That'd be cool.
So I was thinking about bringing a couple of the games that he's done and getting them signed, or maybe I'll just
cool.
find copies there and get those signed or something.
Yeah.
You know, because like the guy who did Defender, and that's one of my favorite ones. He'll be there. But yeah, it's a balancing act, right? I want to build in breaks because otherwise, I'll be just fried.
You can go pretty steady on the Portland High for like 4 hours on Saturday, and you'll have no problem doing that. Go for lunch, and then go to some panels in the afternoon, right? But mark down which ones you want to go to. I regret going to some, and I regret not going to others. But for the most part, it was just cool to be on the floor, play some games. You're going early, right? There's the Friday that they're doing.
Yes,
the
Friday
arcade.
the arcade opens.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And that's it for Friday.
Play a lot. I didn't play really any arcade games, but I played a lot of pinball. I got hooked on pinball there. Boy, is that expensive for a hobby to collect a pinball machine. I'm still on the hunt, but the pinball machines are pretty amazing. I mean, we might have overdone ground control because everybody talked about it so much, and it doesn't disappoint. It's just we kind of almost ended up going there every night, so we kind of got burnt out on it. I would go to ground control maybe like Saturday night because you'll actually see some people there and get to play games with them and stuff. But abuse the free arcade as much as you can. That's my suggestion. But lots of good pinball machines there. All free. Ground control has some amazing pinballs. When you start to learn about like the rare pinballs or like the really good play fields on the certain ones, like they have them all. It's insane now.
Yeah,
how good a caliber pinballs they have there. So it's like a collection, but they let you pay for their machines, right? So it's pretty cool. Yeah, don't get burned out too much on your list. All right, that's my
no. I won't, and I think that's part of why I'm doing it now, so it's not like a rush at the end. Eric made a point earlier about getting a spot to mark off if you got the game and the manual and the case, and it's like most of the stuff I collect loose anyways. So really, if it's anything more than loose, I'll probably make note of it. And if I don't make note of it,
depends on your personality. So you would know your collecting personality more than anybody. But knowing Eric, he likes tidiness and organization and execution. Right? He's a numbers guy. So by character and by trade, like he just is run by numbers all the time. So. I think that's part of the fun for him, I guess. If you want, it doesn't seem like fun for me. It's like people that like math. It's like, is that fun for you? But anyway,
for me, it's
that's
order out of disorder, which is why I think I reorganize my shelves too much. Is because I want to tear it down and I want to put it together better this time.
Just and you're a family man too, so. Same as me, same as a few of us, right? So keep your priorities in check. Make sure you're not spending money when you don't need to. And
no, I have my budget set aside.
Cool.
Yeah, there's no. I don't anticipate a scenario where I am dipping.
Borrowing money from your family stuff.
Yeah,
that's not good. You don't want to get into that situation.
Yeah, I mean, like there's. I think we mentioned this. Like, I'm not dropping the money for. Like, I should take the stuff off the list that absolutely is not going to happen, just so it's not there. Like Metal Warriors and Pocky and Rocky 2, and like those are like it's cute. It's on my list, but it's like I want Evo, so I'm going to leave it on there if I can get it for Evo.
You might find a deal just because it's harder to find. Like other people said, you should bring trade bait if you do have stuff that you want to get rid of. Bring those $20 to $30 titles that somebody can move instantly. Yeah, and you'd be surprised what you can walk away with. I wish I would have done more of that.
Yeah, that's the kicker is I really don't have any. Like I've got that beat up Mega Man 2, and
Yeah.
like I've got a rare Dragon Ball Wii title. That's like a $30 game. So it's like I could bring those two, but then yeah, like all the carts that I would get rid of are like beat up. Big time.
Yeah.
And it's
I
could
didn't bring
my
too
Links
much,
and
but
Zeldas and stuff like that, but
I kind of under traded my, the best bait that I had, but I had the box and manuals for Mega Man 2 through 5. And 5 it actually got better from 2 to 5. The condition got better with each game. So 4 and 5 were pretty good. 5 was pretty minty, actually, to be honest. I probably could have sold that for at least the value of the game that I traded for. But anyway, I traded all of them to one guy because he was a collector. And he really wanted a Mega Man collection. He was really excited about that. I said, look, they're boxes. They don't mean as much to me. I'd like you to have them if they'll go to a good collection. Really, all I want is a copy of Demon's Crest. And he's like, oh, sure. Well, I'll go find that on the floor and buy it right now. So he got like $10 off. But he went and bought it for near asking price, and I didn't have to spend money on it. He got a bunch of box and manuals that he needed, and man, deal's done. But I think the Mega Man 5 box and manual could probably sell just for like $100 alone, right? Not even with the game. But
yeah, the game would be another 95, 85 right now.
Yeah, it's like 200, 250 for that one complete, I think. But good game karma. So that was nice to be able to pass that along and make somebody's expo, that much better for them. So
yeah,
made my day. I didn't have to buy any Demon's Crest, and it's a good copy too. So
that's awesome.
But I don't know, bring stuff that even if you're not sure if they'll. Somebody will want to buy it. There's always a buyer. You just got to find the right price, the right trade for it. So Dean even bought like a bag of things that I had. What were they? Like Atari boxes and manuals, and some loose games and stuff that I didn't really want. He gave me like $100 for it all. I'm like, really? Like, you sure? He's like, oh yeah, this is all stuff that I want, and be happy to help you out. So that was nice. I had $100 for the last $100 extra for the last day of game buying, right? For the deal day on Sunday. So
yeah,
that's cool. It's fun. It's fun no matter what. Don't get too. You're gonna have fun buying whatever, so don't get too caught up in your list. And it sounds like you got your panels figured out, so that's good. That's one thing that I kind of under prepared for, but either way, you're gonna have a lot of fun with the people that are going there. So wish I could go this. So we're going to Pennsylvania that same weekend. I think the 22nd.
Yeah, that's the weekend.
So
you can go hang out with Yoshi.
Yeah, go hang out with Yoshi. So. But it's all missing this year. Plus with the baby, like I couldn't really. I can't really take a personal vacation this year, but maybe next year. Maybe next year I might even do like Game On Expo in Phoenix. Had a couple friends in Phoenix.
Yeah, like if I could just build my year around a couple cons.
Yeah. And
really make that the only time that I really go and buy games, like I would probably be happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm the thrift and stuff. I'm once in a while maybe, but I find myself stretching. Like I'm not sticking on a list when I do that.
Yeah, you feel the need to buy something because you put in the effort. You're like, well, I guess I'll get these SP games. What am I going to do with them?
Like, here's another copy of Morrowind, and I don't know if it's going to play, right? Yeah. Like, it's, buying things to flip them just is not in my
Nah, it's worth more time than it is your money, or it costs you more time than it's worth money. So that's my philosophy. I mean, people get excited about it, but even if you're doing it for a full-time job, it might pay you minimum wage at best, I figure. So you still need a job.
You factor out gas and all that stuff too. Like, yeah, that's rough. Like, I would almost rather, buy
Work
something
overtime
at retail and have it be something, tangible, reasonable.
Yeah.
And then maybe once in a while drop a mega trade on my buddy, the shop owner.
Yeah, that guy's a blessing from above. Like, holy, between you and Rocket, it's nice to hear that there's still deals out there with actual retailers and stuff. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just talking to him yesterday because he watched the video and he's like, that was, it's awesome. He's like, I like seeing the genuine, enjoyment or the like happiness of what you got. So it's, it won't be the last time that we do a trade like that. I get the feeling it's just a matter of me. It's like, do I build up that so that I can do what I did?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, because then it makes sense, right?
That's a no-brainer. So,
if I can,
it makes sense for him if he's going to move product, because it's stuff that he can sell. Then all the power to both of you, because everybody wins.
Well, because even if he had given me 80% of value, like, Bill would have come out of there with a ton of stuff.
Yeah, 80% is crazy. I get 40% at slightly less than 40% at our stores. So
yeah,
to get
and he's totally online right now. Like he doesn't have a storefront. He just has a website that is currently offline because he's prepping for this big event he has, and so he always takes it down so he can do like inventory going into those events. And then fires it back up after he's sure that he's got everything aligned. But
yeah, nice people to find for sure.
Yeah.
All right, well, I should let you go. You got work in the morning, and it's late here. It's 2 hours later for you guys. So.
Yes, that it is. All right. I will catch you later.
I'll see you next time.
All right. Have a good week.
See you, Misty.